We are got in today, and weather is a lot better than what we saw over the weekend. Traffic is supposed to be very cold this week. Ireland traveling down today as well. So we are especially into match week 2. Some interesting news throughout the day, by the way. Expecting to have a more formal update, but looks like both Craig Casey and Dan Sheehan said to be out for the second test. Dan Sheehan potentially rupturing his ACL, which should put him out for a number of months. So yeah, very unfortunate news about that. Massive blow that to Ireland, and Craig Casey obviously with that concussion also expected to miss the second test, which is on Saturday at Kings Park. We will be there tomorrow. Springbok team announcement today is tomorrow, as well as training and stuff like that, so we'll be able to do a bit of a check-in in camp. And I don't think we're going to see too many changes, to be honest, from Varsity Erasmus. Kane Moody expected to be fit for this week. I'd be surprised really if we see him come in. I don't really see where you slot him in, for example. I don't think you're going to drop either of Cheston Colby, Kurt Lawrence, so you're not going to put him on the bench either ahead of somebody like a Sasha Feinberg or Zulu. So I pretty much expect much of the same. In terms of the weekend's reaction, obviously a lot of chat about the referees. Interestingly enough, Jaco Paper faced the media today and was asked about the whole refereeing. Didn't give too much away, but basically said that he didn't really have an issue with the TMO interventions and the calls. Always interesting now, going to be having that aspect every single Monday after a game, going to be able to speak to a former referee in the Springbok camp, get his sort of views and stuff on that. So that's going to be offer us quite an interesting sort of lens into the Bok camp and how things are going. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe as well. Smash a like on this video. We're going to be having updates throughout the week down in Durban. So very cool to be here. Got the sand between my toes, and as always, going to bring you all the coverage throughout the week on the ground. We'll have the press conference up from Varsity Erasmus when he does name his team for the second test. We'll be live as well for the team announcement, and yeah, press conferences coming from both camps, interviews as well throughout the week, and lots of extra content obviously on Matchday. So if you are new, I say welcome to the channel. If anybody else has any questions to ask or to answer on the live show tomorrow, get them in the comments and we'll go through that. And yeah, let's get ready for a massive test ahead. Yeah, is it going to be 2-1? I mean 2-0? 1-1? Big test at the moment. Obviously the Boks can't lose the test series. We can draw it. So still a reasonable amount to prove this coming weekend. Loftus was a massive step forward and a massive result for the Boks, but a 2-0 would be a massive statement and really, really hit home the fact that they really are the best team on the planet at the moment. Thank you much for tuning in. My name is Steve, and we'll see you soon. Hello everyone, welcome to Favour Rugby on Favour Sports. Varsity Erasmus has named his side to face Ireland in the second test taking place in Durban this weekend at Kings Park. It is the most experienced Springbok team ever after he made 0 changes, the exact same 23 that beat Ireland in Pretoria. Will try and beat Ireland once again down in Durban, and it is a history-making team because Jesse Creel and Damien Delende will become the most capped centre pairing in South African history when they play together for the 30th time. And a very interesting squad. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so last weekend it was the second most experienced team ever. And this weekend, Erasmus has named an unchanged starting 15, which has 990 combined test caps among them, surpassing the 987 amassed by the Springboks in the World Cup final against New Zealand. This year, we could very, very well have the first ever Springbok team to boast over 1,000 caps in the starting 15. Let's have a look at the side, shall we? Which we know because it's last weekend. So, in the front row, it is Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, and Frans Malherbe packing down in what was an interesting scrum battle. Not as much ascendancy as we probably would have liked to have had. It's far more technical, as Varsity Erasmus was sort of alluding to, rather than sort of that outright dominance apart from that final scrum. So, I mean, we all know that Gerard Stenenkamp, Vincent Koch, Malcolm Marx would have taken so much confidence out of that final scrum. In the second row, Eben Etzebeth next to Franco Mostert, Sia Khaleesi captains the side, next to Pierce Def, the toy, and Quagga Smith, who gets another opportunity, despite a couple of challenges. I think generally, overall, I think Kwak Smith had a reasonable game. Just those sort of 2 drops were, the major red flags. He will have another opportunity this weekend, though. Andre Pollard will partner after Clerk. Both of them maybe not having their strongest games a week ago, especially maybe Andre Pollard. However, we all know the class and the pedigree of those 2 players, and I think they will probably. I think they'll respond quite well this weekend, and we'll expect much stronger performance, I think, from probably both of them. The rest of the back line, as mentioned, remains unchanged. Chesney Colby, Currie, Arnse, Validu, the back 3, Damien Delendi in that centre pairing with Jesse Creel on the back of a man-of-the-match performance for Jesse Creel, where he paid tribute to both Lekanya and Andrew Esterhuizen for their help in preparing them for last weekend, as well as Damien Delendi talking about how much of a privilege it is to play alongside him. Off the bench, it is Malcolm Marx, Chaos Dennekamp, Vincent Koch, Salman Murat, Arche Sneman, Marco Verstappen, Grant Williams, and Sasha Fimo Ngoma Zulu, and the Bomb squad. Speaking about the squad, Rassie Erasmus said the following. He said, "It's always tough facing Ireland. They are a quality team. They are ranked 2nd in the world. And as we saw last week, they never stop fighting. So we know the magnitude of the challenge that awaits us this weekend. We have no doubt they'll come out even stronger this week, but we also identified the areas of the game that we need to improve on. And it's vital for us to build on our performance in our quest to win both matches." In terms of speaking about the amount of caps, he said, "We don't really look at such things when we select the team, but this shows how blessed we are with the depth in the squad and quality of the players we have. While it may be an impressive statistic, it will by no means guarantee us a victory. We know we must go out there and play good rugby for the full 80 minutes to get the desired result." Speaking about the bench, for example, in particular about Chaos Dennekamp, Salman Murat, and Sasha Fimo Ngoma Zulu and the youngsters, Rassie Erasmus said they all made a strong impact off the bench and they have immense potential as individuals. They'll definitely become more confident and settled the more they play. It was really impressive to see them step up to the challenge of facing a top side such as Ireland, and similarly to the rest of the team, they know this weekend will be even bigger test, but they'll be up for the challenge. Speaking on the Bomb squad, he said, "We considered a few options for the first test, a 5-3 split, a 6-2 split, and 7-1 split, and we felt that this combination is the best to counter the challenge Ireland poses. The replacements made a good impact when they took to the field by injecting energy into the game, and we are looking forward to much of the same from them this week." He then said, "We've been on the wrong side of the scoreboard on a few occasions too, and we remember how it felt to suffer a defeat against them in the World Cup pool stages, and we have no doubt they are feeling the same this week. They are a proud team and nation, and they'll be disappointed that they were unable to capitalize on a few opportunities last week close to our try line, so they will work hard this week to fix their mistakes and ensure that they convert their chances to points. This is going to be another physical, grueling match, and just like us, they'll be determined to correct the wrongs of last week." So there we go. I think it is a case very much of, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I think that's fair. I don't think, as I mentioned when we were doing the player reality show last week, I don't think there was any player who had a bad game. There were a couple of players who maybe had a poor game. Well, I think probably Andre Pollard probably had a bad game. Maybe even Faf de Klerk having an average game. But those are players you expect to respond, for example, and have been responding and been at the top of their game for a long time. So I don't think you'd bin them just yet. But so I like it. I think at the same time, there's no need to experiment just yet. This is about getting the result for this weekend. It's about beating Ireland 2-0, sort of getting that monkey off the back, sort of really reaffirming our dominance in the world, and then we sort of start to look to rotate for Portugal. Let me know what you think of the team down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
Hi, Ronan. I suppose, first of all, how's the body and how's everything after Saturday? And is it into game mode now straight away? Trying to rage and get going for Saturday?
Yeah, body's all right. Obviously, it was pretty physical out there, but yeah, for the most part, I'm okay. And yeah, we kind of turned the page this morning, did a review of the game and just took our learnings. And then now, yeah, we're all looking forward to this weekend coming.
Obviously, it looks like Dan Sheehan's picked up a bad injury at the weekend. As somebody who plays in his position, international and provincial teammate of his, and I'm sure you would have known him for going back into the 20s years as well. Like it's a tough blow for someone like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be a big loss, but this competition in the squad, and I suppose we're just gonna have to make sure we do our job and make sure that we put our best foot forward and make sure we lead the team in a good place.
Is it a bittersweet thing in professional rugby where, someone's misfortune presents an opportunity for you potentially?
No, I suppose just bitter really. Like, you never want to see a teammate injured or hurt or anything like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say bittersweet at all. It's more just kind of unfortunate. That's sport. But yeah, we're gonna have to deal with it as a group and move on quickly.
In terms of the review from Saturday, what did that show up around the set piece in particular?
I suppose as a whole, like, we're just gonna have to look to improve on that. Like, obviously at times in the game went well. Like, maybe at times dropped off a touch. So it's just about sort of nitpicking through those little details we might have gotten wrong, or yeah, we weren't accurate with, and then just, I suppose, try to right them wrongs for this weekend coming.
And just finally then, how confident are you can turn things around? And I know a series can't be won this weekend, but at least cap this off on a high.
Yeah, we're very confident. As I said, it was more just little fine details that we're, I suppose, going to have to try and fix, to try and, I suppose, change the outcome of some of them moments from the previous game. So yeah, we're very confident going into this weekend that we can fix them.
So just asking about that rock, and how difficult is it to not play the ball with your foot, like a neck roll, and so much going on, and how hard is it to go back for something like that when it's an absolute massive breakdown?
Yeah, it's obviously it's tough in the heat of the moment, really. Yeah, I kind of went in, was trying to hook the ball backwards, and obviously it's just them fine margins in test matches that decide things, and unfortunately we came out the wrong side of it. I was on the ground when I tried to hook it, but we're not dwelling on that. We're just looking to control what we can control, I suppose, and we have to leave all that stuff aside, and we have to just get better ourselves I suppose, throughout the whole game, really.
We've got Coach Rugby Rasmus and Bongi Mbonambi. Please raise your hands for questions, because there's quite a lot of media, so we can give everyone a chance, and then we can get going.
Russ, was there any temptation at all, and if there was that in terms of
of changing a team? No, we hoped everybody would be injury free. Obviously, there's always a few kneels and bumps and bruises like a game like that, and we hoped really that we can play the same team 2 games in a row. Just by answering that, maybe with one or other 2 questions that might be asked, next week, guys like Kanyu Kanan Moody, those kind of guys. Hopefully against Portugal, some of those guys can get game time, but we are trying to get some momentum, and we luckily the team is injury free.
Rusty, hi.
Yes.
Do we read into this that now established, for lack of a better phrase, a first team or a first squad at the moment, with All Blacks and those kind of things in mind for the future?
Yeah, I think when you've got a fresh Jaden and a Kobus Reinach and a Grant Williams and a Faf, and now Morne Krappies who competes, there's 5 proper scrum offs. I think with Damien Willemse, who's on the mend, and Andre and Mani and Sasha, and Jordan, there's 5 fly-offs in the mix. We're trying to build depth at inside centre with Andre Esreisen and Damien and Sasha, and Andre can play there outside centre. So I don't want to bore and go for every single position, but we're trying to give the guys who can still compete at the highest level until they can't anymore, and then trying to get succession planning in place for when we strike the World Cup in 2027. So but I think now just getting some momentum is probably our first aim. Oh, if I understand your question correctly, is if we pick out on their side. Yeah, I think there's only 2 injuries. So I think 2 injuries in a test match is normally normal. So we expected 1 or 2 guys that will struggle to get to the second test, but they didn't. And we're glad that a guy like Malcolm Marks got through. Bongi's been back a while. And probably when we go to, if things goes well and we keep momentum, we can give Grobbies and Jan Hendrik Westels and Andre Venter and some of those guys go there against Portugal. So, the idea is the other guys have been training with us a lot, and we've got 37 guys in camp. We are going to release about 8 or 9 guys to play Currie Cup this weekend, but which might be involved next week against Portugal. But then again, it all depends on injury and how the vibe is and how the supporters feel and how the media feel. You don't want to just do things for the sake of doing them.
Hi, Rassi. How are you? What would it mean to your players and you to beat Ireland the second time?
What would it mean? Sorry?
What would it mean to you?
No, since we as a group are together, we've lost to them 3 points, 5 points, or something like that. And 2 was away games, and 1 was at the neutral venue. So they clearly had our number. And this weekend again, there was in the last minute. If they kept the ball through phases, it would have been a draw. And certainly they created a lot, and they could have scored 1 or 2 or 3 tries more. We both scored 3 tries, and I thought we had a few more opportunities that wouldn't have been just opportunities. I think there was some well-structured play that didn't end up in tries. Personally, when we go and play against the All Blacks, it's nice to win. When you play against Wales, it's nice to win. But Ireland is certainly one of the teams that's been peaking and ruling Six Nations and delivering world-class players and World 15s, and without a doubt, we know every single time when you go up against them, it's going to be a very tight match. And if we do manage to make it 2-0, it wouldn't be just satisfaction to me. It would be nice for South Africa and for the team and for our morale, because they have our number currently. They in the last 4 test matches they 3-1 up. So it would be nice, but not for me especially. I mean, for those South Africa.
You mentioned some of the structured attack. Do you think you've caught them a little bit by surprise with some of the style of rugby?
I think that one move of them from that middle ruck certainly caught us by surprise. I think that was a really well worked try from them. And then there was a few of them who just didn't go their way and step out of touch and those kind of things. And then on our side, I think we definitely in a team that's trying new things, and I think it is the time to try new things. We didn't have the opportunity in 2020, as I said many times, and we're not just trying to do it on attack. We're trying to do it on defence as well, and scrums and in lineouts and break down different things that we're trying to stay with the law changes and the way World Rugby wants the game to go. And if we don't adapt, we'll die a slow death. So we have to adapt, and whilst doing that, we will make mistakes. But I think if we did caught them out, it was only with the first try. After that, they really defended well.
Bongi, just your opinion on the scrums last week. It seemed like you guys had a few dominant ones. Ireland, it was fairly even. And then kind of the bomb squad got on top in the second half. Just your thoughts, and also your opinion on the impact of the loss of Dan Shear.
Yeah, I think when it comes to scrums, we had quite a good chat yesterday with Don and the whole pack. And we know in the first half we kind of got frustrated because Ireland obviously they look to play a lot of cheeky scrum time where we just want a fair competition. We want a fair contest of the scrum. But something that we definitely have to learn, something that we definitely have to train this week, and to know and obviously learn our lessons from the previous game. But I must say the bomb squad did an amazing job coming on, and obviously the pen to try was very satisfying for everyone. There's a lot of improvement to be done when it comes to scrumming against them. With the injuries, obviously, it's part of the game. It happens. And the other hooker, Killer, he's quite a good scrummager. He's more physical. So it's definitely not going to be easier. They do have top class front rows. And I mean, just one injury in the pack doesn't really make a difference. So yeah, we're expecting a very hard challenge when it comes to scrumming. But yeah, we'll prepare ourselves, and hopefully this coming week we'll get more rewards.
Gracie, Conor Murray is probably likely to play this weekend. So, what kind of challenge do you think that will present for you if they go with him?
Yeah, I think calmness to the Irish team and Crowley at 10. It's always tough when you have two young 9s and 10s that away from home in Test match rugby. Always how they settle in. But we know Crowley is class, and so was the previous 9 who got injured. But Conor has been there and he's done it all. Lions, Munster, European Cups, Pro 14s, all of those kind of things. So he will bring a lot of calmness there. I know him personally well. He's a great team man. So I think overall calmness and obviously a great kicking game with those box kicks might be a little bit longer. Maybe not at sea level that high, but he certainly kicks it the highest I've encountered as a coach.
Just from your perspective, do you have a specific plan in mind for Sasha? How do you balance a situation like him and Lonnie, and what is your discussions with Dodo in terms of what you would like?
No, we don't prescribe or we like this weekend we phoned the franchise and said, listen, we want to release the following 8-9 players. Will they get game time with you if we release them? And most of them said, all of them said yes. That would help if we pick them next week, that they had another game under their belt because they've been training 3 weeks with us now. But then again, if Dobbo moves Sasha up 12, 10, 15, it helps us. That's also it helped us with Gaza when he played 10, 12 and 15. So what we're trying to do is we'll probably start next week with a new 10. And as you could see, Andre, who hasn't played for 4 or 5 weeks, we got a bit tired in the second half, and we could have maybe put Sasha on a little bit earlier and give him some more test match experience. Same with the previous game where we gave Jordan a full go and put Sasha on for the last 25 minutes or something. Trying to build slowly and getting guys a taste of Test rugby. And obviously Ireland is one of the teams that's right up there. It's sometimes difficult to just throw a guy in there because that might just kill his future. I've been with a few players when I played when they were just tossed in at the highest level without slowly bringing them into Test match rugby. So no, we don't discuss that with the franchises, but we do ask them, will they give the guys game time? But not in specific positions like Jan-Hendrik Wessels for us is a loose-head hooker, 2027 future with Joseph Dweeba and Andre Hugo and Grobbies and Malcolm and Bongi, so we're trying to get that squad depth that we've got 5, see how long the big boys can last, can they go to the next World Cup, when do they fall off the speed, and then that the young guys get enough time. But if the senior guys keep on going like they're going, no need to make changes right now.
Bongi, I've got a question for you. The breakdown was obviously very hotly contested over the weekend. Was that something you expected? Are you expecting that again this week? And have you guys sort of been putting any sort of plans in place through this week to maybe try and counter their sort of ferocity at the breakdown?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, with the new laws coming in, we know that the breakdowns definitely can be point of how can I say? There's going to be a lot of pressure on it by the refs and also by the players contesting for the ball. But then obviously with Jerry coming in, Jerry and obviously working with Dwayne, trying to improve our breakdown skills. With Jacob Paper also teaching us the laws, when can we counteract, when is the ball out, Yeah, so we obviously know that the Irish team is definitely going to come harder than they did at Loftus. I mean, they pride themselves at sort of shortening the rucks, getting to our 9, slowing down our ball. So yeah, something that we really have to work hard on. We saw how it impacted our play when they started getting onto Faf and all that and shortening our rucks. So yeah, it's something we're definitely going to have to focus on. But I mean, we have someone like Dwayne who's been doing it for years. He knows all the ground skills and also teaching us. And also having Yaku Paper also teaching us the laws, when you're onside, when you're offside. And also, I mean, Jerry also doing an awesome, fantastic job teaching us exactly how the Irish players sort of train to attack our rucks. So something that we're really working hard on, something that we did already in pre-season. And yeah, it's good to see that it's paying off when it comes to the big games.
Rossi, on Saturday, particularly in the second half, you disrupted the Irish line a lot, and obviously you did that as well in the World Cup last year. How much of that is homework going on behind the scenes, and how much of it is players in the moment reacting to the pictures that they're seeing?
You know, with Paul O'Connell, you just know you'll have to be on top of your game. I know him personally. I worked with him 2 years, 8 months or 18 months, and played against him and everything, you know. So, you know, you're always going to get a very technical, tactical, smart line out with not just stopping their line out. They maul well, but they also got front pills and back pills and off the top also. There's so many things to cover. I do think the team is becoming a little bit more mature, and players are taking more responsibility in the sense of, like the Irish players that I experienced when I was there. You know, there's a bit of a culture difference where players comes in, learn profiles, study opposition, and it took us some time to get this squad. I mean, we started in 2018, and we now we're 6 years later. I think we've slowly brought that culture of taking ownership of those things, but we know it's like that. And you lose the next game 6 lineouts on your own ball, and you don't get a ball off them. That's how smart Paul is, and his lineout callers are, and the hookers are. So yes, it was nice to win a few, but then again they stopped our mauls like it was almost nothing, and that's all the different small things that we must try and get on top of them, and they will certainly try the same.
Rasi, what's your response to sort of certain pundits? When you bring on the bomb squad at the same time, calling it dangerous?
You know, we do hear things and we do see things, and I'm on social media. I read things, and and there's some things that you really take to heart, and some things that you try and understand. I try to stay in touch with South Africa and what our people feel and how our people react, and try to be honest to the media without giving too much away. And to be honest with you, you know, I've learned that if you know the laws and you know the protocols and you don't go outside the protocols, where I've been slapped over my wrist for not doing that, and then learning and adapting, you know, I really don't see how that would. For our reality is, listen, man, we could have sent it on one by one, but if all 6 go at the same time, you know, I don't know if that's dangerous. I mean, Ireland definitely also play with 6-2, so I don't think the Irish team feel that way. I don't think Andy Farrell feel that way. You know, I think that's one individual who said that, but I'm not even sure the Irish players would agree with that. You know, they're too proud, and they handle us well, and they still after that score 2 great tries to make it a really tense game at the end. You know? So, and the one injury was in the first half on scene and before the bomb squad was on. So some things make sense when you see it, and others don't.
Rossi, do you know Matt Williams personally? Matt Williams, the guy who's having a
No, I know I know he's coached, we coach, and his coaching record and things and like that, but I don't know him as a person. So no.
You might have crossed you once it was
No, I don't know him. No.
Rasi, you had a good guess at the Irish team last week. Is it just the 2 changes you're expecting this week personnel-wise? And would you expect them to play any different, or just try and do the same thing better?
I think the first week was easy because you know we knew exactly who was injured and who was not injured. You know, and I don't think it's I actually tried just to compare the weights and the sizes and for people to see how close it is. You know, people always tend to think we're this big heavy pack, but the last 8 games we've played, I think we were lighter than the opposition. right through from number 1 to 15. Obviously, our wingers are lighter, but then, you know, we are not this big heavy pack that outweighs the opposition by 4 or 5 kilograms. We are normally 1 or 2 kilograms lighter. For me, that's the interesting thing about people saying we want more stoppages in the game, and there was certainly a really stop-start game. Not that it's anybody's fault. There was big injuries and those kind of things. No, I can't predict it. I don't know who of them trained when. I just read in that Sheen and the halfback scrum half got injured. So no, I would guess will be Murray and Bundy and Ringrose and obviously Crowley at 10. I don't know if James Lowe's fit, he'll play, and then same wing and same fullback, I think. I don't know. Keller will come in scrum times, same props. I don't know if they're going to make a change at loose forward, but pretty much, you know, and I think when one say that, you're not trying to play mind games. You're honest. You say what you think you're going to face, and you weigh it up, and you show it to the players, and you compare fitness and where they are in their season. They're at the end of their season. Like when we go to November, we're at the end of our season, and then we have to go over there and play England, Scotland, those kind of teams. They're at the end of their season. When they finish on Saturday, they're done. They go to a 4-5 week break, so they can give everything and know they've got 4 weeks off. We then go into our season. So those are just kind of things to bring everybody up to speed with where we are and so on. So it's really not always mind games. It's sometimes there's facts I try to put out there.
We spoke a lot about Tony and Jerry, but you speak a bit about Wayne and Paul. He was talking about it earlier. But what's he like as a coach? You know, how is he any different? You know, mentality-wise, any notable changes in him as compared to when he was a player? How have you found his first few months of?
Yeah. You see, the thing with Dwayne, what we brought him in with is to try and link up, and obviously we're now in test season, you know, so he's spending more time with us than the Springboks. But no, he's not the guy that's the boss of Bongi or something like that. He brings in things that's still relevant. You know, we as coaches, I can try and teach guys how we used to steal the breakdown, and I can see our other coaches, and we can upskill ourselves. And the players themselves many times come up with ideas. But a guy who still played last year and played against the Irish and played for Ulster, you know, and played in France. It's same level players and him. You know, he's not a coach up there, but obviously he's part of our management team. And you know, sometimes in team selection meetings and just overall, and sometimes when we think that player is maybe not giving his best, or we must talk to him, he brings like a player's perspective into it, which helps a lot. And he's obviously 37, 38 the other day, so he's not a young man anymore. And he talks with real experience, and I think the players has received him well, and I think he really adapted in a way that nobody feel uncomfortable about that, which I'm very glad about.
Any further English questions, or can we switch to Afrikaans?
Russia, just, I might be wrong, but since last year, your wings have swapped. Is that a horses for courses thing against the opposition you're playing?
They just swapped numbers, 11 and 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually funny. We asked Currie, what is your favorite position? And he says he really doesn't care. And we asked Cheslin, because I think my Pimpy and him was playing at the same time. And he said, no, it really doesn't matter. And I said, but what foot do you kick the best with? And he says he really doesn't care. And then I asked Cheslin, and Cheslin says he really doesn't care. So I said, okay, well, Mama Pimpy plays 11. So Currie, will you then go 11? And so that's the way that between the two of them, they worked it out. It doesn't look like they have a preference for tackle shoulder, and it doesn't look like they have a preference of trying to get out of a corner with a right or a left foot. I do think Cheslin, when we were under pressure and at one scrum and round 22, he did kick a belter there down the touchline, which maybe would have been a bit more tough for Currie on that side. So, no, they sorted out between the two of them.
Cool. Can we go to Afrikaans?
Rassie, in Afrikaans, hoe belangrijk was dit om Salterspan te kies vir die wedstryd?
Ons wou bitter graag dieselfde span kies vir twee redes. En die eerste een is ons het teen Wallis 'n paar manne kans gegee. Ons weet nou soort van wat is daai man se karakter en hulle het al die anthem gesing, hulle het 'n cap onder die belt en dan kom ons en dit was 'n Wallis eksperimentele span, jy weet, al was baie van die Wallis spelers nie beskikbaar nie, so ons kon 'n paar kansse wag daar. Gelukkig om daai toets te wen daarom. En nou Ierland is, ek dink niemand van ons kan verby die feit kyk dat hulle track record is, nie net teen ons nie, teen die All Blacks weg, in die World Cup en in die 6 nasies, so weet, dis nie 'n span teen wie jy baie eksperimenteer nie. Ja, dis gelukkig vir ons wou graag dieselfde span 2 keer kies. Daar's ouens wat unlucky is soos Evan en jy weet, daar's 'n paar manne wat ek kan nou 'n klomp name noem en Mani en so aan, maar soos ek al verduidelik het, ou soos Mani is maar suiwer oor ons 6-2 split gaan. Hopelik as dinge goed gaan, maar selfs as dinge nie te goed gaan nie, teen Portugal sal ons nou weer 'n bietjie kan eksperimenteer en ander manne 'n kans gee en miskien selfs 'n paar nuwe caps 'n kans gee daarso. So ons het regtig gehoop daar is baie beserings nie. Ons het verwag daar gaan 1 of 2 wees soos wat in die Ierlandse kamp is, maar gelukkig is daar nou nie. So ons is baie bly daaroor.
Ierland het 'n paar beserings, wat verwag?
Ja, ek dink dit is normaal om 'n paar beserings te hê. Ek dink dit is die eerste keer in 'n lang tyd wat ons nie 1 of 2 beserings het in 'n wedstryd nie waar almal maandag oefen. Want ons policy is maar nog altyd as jy nie maandag oefen nie, speel jy nie Saterdag nie. So baie keer, ek dink in die geskiedenis amper van 2018 af het ons nog net so 3 of 4 keer dieselfde span gekies na mekaar, want ons policy, wat is die Afrikaanse woord, as jy nie maandag oefen nie, speel jy nie Saterdag nie, weet. So want ons moet mekaar coach en ons moet op dieselfde blaai wees en almal moet deur dieselfde feelings gaan van hoe voel ons maandag, hoe voel ons dinsdag en almal het voluit getrain gister en almal het voluit getrain vandag, maar ons het nog vanmiddag 'n harde fisiese sessie en môre 'n harde fisiese sessie. So dis nie te sê dat ons nie met 'n besering dalk gaan sit Vrydag of so voor die game nie. So ja, ons is baie gelukkig dat ons dieselfde span kies.
Wat sal dit beteken om die wedstryd te wen? When you're looking forward to how to go about the Rugby Championship?
Ja, ek dink wen uit die game, dan sou dadelik weer na Portugal toe, jy weet, en wat ons daar gaan doen, en wen jy Portugal game, dan is dit weer die Rugby Championships, en as jy klaar is met die Rugby Championships, dan is dit weer die einde van die jaar toer. So, die volgende belangrikste game is Ierland, jy weet, en as hulle wen, is dit 'n draw die series, aan niemand bragging rights nie. En hy bragging rights is vir so rukkie en dan speel jy weer die volgende toets. So ons is voluit gefokus op Ierland en hulle is voluit gefokus op ons. Hulle is aan die einde van hulle seisoen, waar ons gewoonlik in November van ons daai kant toe gaan, dan ons manne aan die einde van die seisoen, maar as daar klaar is, dan gaan hulle nog aan met die JRC regdeur. Dit is hoekom ons hierdie rustye het vir spelers in Februarie wanneer die 6 nasies aan het en nou vir die gewone klapspeler wanneer die Currie Cup aan het so 'n paar weke. So dis hulle laaste game, hulle gaan alles gee. Hulle is nommer 2 in die wêreld. Hulle is 6 nasie kampioene en hulle world class spelers en hulle is 'n span wat gaan kom om hulle seisoen op 'n high af te sluit en ons sal regtig goed moet speel om dit te kan keer.
We've got another 4 minutes or so, if there's any other questions.
Was net op Ierland, baie kan verander in 'n week.
Ja.
Wat dink jy sal hulle meer miskien kan verander? Jy daar afgerig, jy ken die afrigters en die spelers.
Ja.
Dink jy hulle sal in 'n week met 'n ander plan kan vorendag kan kom?
Ja, ek weet nie of hulle noodwendig met 'n ander plan vorendag hoef te kom, jy weet, hulle het 7 punte verloor teen ons en hulle het sterker geëindig waar almal gedink het die altitude sal hulle dalk bietjie vang. Hulle het dit obviously baie goed gehandle en ja, hulle het ons baie keer gestretch op defense waar daar goeie scramble verdediging was en dan het ons 3 gedruk van opportunistiek as ek dit so kan noem en dan het ons 'n paar tries gemis wat ons nie kon geskoor het nie. So is nie dat hulle ver af is nie. Ek bedoel, was 'n baie tight game hier aan die einde gewees. Ek dink ons almal was baie nervous geweest en so ek dink as hulle so settled en hulle kom al so lank saam en hulle is 'n span wat consistent van die vorige World Cup af. Daar nommer 1, 2, 3 in die wêreld is, jy weet. So Hulle was hulle in hierdie posisie. En om Nieu-Seeland toe te gaan, om Nieu-Seeland daar te wen, die 6 nasies elke jaar te walk, weet hulle hoe om terug te kom. So, ek is nie die een om vir hulle te vertel hoe nie, ek dink hulle weet self hoe.
Everyone happy? Cool. Thank
Okay,
you guys.
okay.
Dankie Rassie, dankie Bloem.
Okay.
Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's reaction to the Springbok team. And a very interesting Springbok team it is. Rassie Erasmus electing to make 0 changes to both the starting lineup as well as the bomb squad. If it's not broken, don't fix it, as they say. And that's kind of been the attitude, isn't it, yeah, from Rassie Erasmus. And I'm going to put a poll in the comments saying, what do we think? Are you happy with the Springbok team? Question mark, yes or no? Simple yes, no question. It is in the chat over there. Go and vote on that. Let me know what you think, where you stand, for example. And excited for this match. I'm, for example, very, very excited for this weekend. I think we're going to have an absolute stormer of a game. I do expect to see a big response from Ireland, for example. And, it'll be interesting to see how... Are we going to play a similar type of thing? Are we going to make slightly differences? And how are we going to adapt to what we did well and as well as what we did badly last weekend? Because there's definitely a room for improvement when it comes to sort of the game plan and the way that we played. And interesting to see, for example, what we would have picked up over the last weekend with the way that Ireland tried to play, for example. And are we going to try and sort of counterattack certain things, or is it going to be a case of we're going to stick to our guns? And then let's just basically deal with it. So lots to talk about, shall we? And let's go into some of the comments before we sort of get stuck into the team, shall we? And Alexander saying, I like the assertiveness. Christian saying, I thought for sure we'd see some fresh legs. Elise was saying, I just saw the starting squad. It is the same as last week. Mo saying, why change? What worked? He wants to win the series, 100%. Christian saying, it was a physical game. We have depth. Ireland don't. I thought maybe we'd have an advantage getting some fresh guys out there. Shows how much I know. I thought Jasper would come in and no, his ban is not over. He's still banned, for example. I think he's only still officially back in the Rugby Championship. I'm not even sure if it's even for Australia. I think he's back for New Zealand potentially. I think he's back for that first test against New Zealand. Joan said, if I'm being honest, I don't like the idea. I get prize and continuity, but I think that we should have had at least a handful of changes to keep an unexpected in cap for what we bring this weekend. Agree. No, I like it actually. To be fair, I don't mind the. I don't mind the fact that we've gone with an unchanged side. I quite like it. I think the only change I thought we might see, for example, is maybe a change at 8 if we wanted to have a bit more of an aggressive ball carrier in the form of like an Evan Nurse. I think if Cameron Heineken was fit, I think he'd probably start. I think you'd have Kwaka off the bench ahead of Marco van Staden. I think that's probably about the only change really we're going to see. I don't think we're ever going to see a halfback change. They're always in the back five as the starter, for example. Whenever he starts, we generally have Grant Williams coming off the bench. Very rarely, Cobus Runner, for example, comes off the bench. I also think, for example, we really enjoy having the 2 lock situation. That's, for example, why Jean Klein was such an important player for us last year. Salman Murat, I thought was actually probably one of his better games coming off the bench last weekend. Didn't have a lot to do, but obviously in regards to that try-saving intervention, for example, I thought that was very impressive from him. I think that's generally, I think that he's definitely getting a lot better and getting a lot more comfortable. And I think that's the thing that they've rated him for a long time, Salman Murat, and therefore they want to try and expose him as much as possible. Tom saying, Jasper Ban still in place, will miss the Portugal game and the Aussie tour. Keen observer saying, I think the fact he is trying a new system that is good, he keeps the same team. That's a very important part, I suppose. And it's going to be interesting to sort of see how much continuity we have. I think that's a very important point to make by our community observer, saying that we are trying new things. For example, we are trying to be a bit different and be a bit more positive, I suppose, is one way to say it. And because it is a new system, because things are changing, you want to start playing as much together as possible. I do think we're going to see a lot of rotation. For Portugal, I'd be very interested to see what we do with Australia. I personally would like to see us go pretty strong in Australia. Beat Australia twice, come back here and then go full strength at Ellis Park, for example, beat New Zealand, and you've almost got the Rugby Championship wrapped up. Because I think that Australian side could potentially be quite competitive by the time they get to, for example, the Bledisloe Cup. I think we might be lucky in that we're going to be playing them about their 4th and 5th test. And I generally think that playing 2 tests against the Springboks will make them a lot better when it comes to them taking on New Zealand, who had some teething issues over the weekend. So, from a long-term point of view, I think we're going to full strength these two, and then you generally go full strength for New Zealand tests. I think we should go pretty strong against Australia, for example. Maybe make a few rotations for Argentina away, but I want to win the Rugby Championship. So, but that's long-term. That's looking down the line, and let's look at this weekend, because that's what we're focusing on, isn't it? So, Tian saying, can we discuss the unnecessary hate for Andre? We'll discuss that in a bit. Sean Barnard saying, I think it's a flex to show Ireland that our boys are tough and we don't need to change it up. As mentioned, no visa because he is still banned. Ricky Lowe saying, I like the team. Let's beat Ireland and play the young guys against Portugal. We might see more changes against Australia, and Willems, Kanan, etc. all in the mix. Chris Ricketts does not hate on Andre, it's hate on the fact that 10s miss. Dabu saying, would have liked to see Ruiz in, but no complaints. Some things were executed well, so another go for them. And Jean says, am I the only one that likes the new Vodacom Bulls Currie Cup coach? Seems like a really good rugby purist stand-up guy. Yeah, Pure, it was a very interesting press conference that he had the other day. And we'll definitely try and make sure we have most of his stuff going forward. It was obviously a bit busy last week. But yeah, I do like him. I think he's always had he's always spoken very well, for example. Let's talk about Andre Pollard, shall we? Because I think, yeah, let's talk about Andre Pollard, because there's been a very, very interesting reaction to his performance last weekend. Let's call a spade and say it was not his strongest performance. Tony Brown even admitting that in the press conference yesterday, for example, wasn't great off the tee, which is probably the main thing. We kind of zero in, don't we? We really do focus on a fly half's goal kicking, or whoever the goal kicker is, and especially when it comes to test match rugby. For example, Marcus Smith missed quite a few, and England lost to the All Blacks by 1 point. Should have probably beaten him, if you're going to be brutally honest. Now, thankfully for Andre Pollard, the kicks he missed didn't come back to bite him. Jack Crowley also missed a couple. And then obviously we're seeing a very different style of play, which is not commonly what Andre Pollard's been doing at the Springboks for the past, almost decade that he's been playing. So I think probably by his own mission, it probably wasn't his strongest game, but I don't think anyone's really freaking out about it. I think where people are a bit frustrated is about how, for example, when Monty Liebach had a bad day, everybody was sort of thrown to the wolves and everyone said he had to replace him, and that's not the case with Andre Pollard. But we're talking about a player that's bought credit, almost 10 years of credit. When you win a British and Irish Lions series, you win 2 World Cups, you buy yourself credit. You buy yourself credit for those off games, which he had this past weekend. And look, I was never the one that was sitting there saying, we've got to drop Monty Liebach. I've always appreciated and really enjoyed him. And I think that if you watch the channel, you'll probably agree that we kind of always said we can see the talent in there. But the problem is that goal kicking is not his strongest his strength, and there's nobody else that can really sort of step up and do it. Pollard's a bit different, where he has made a name of himself of being that sort of ice cold, ice in his veins type of doesn't miss the big kicks, made for the occasion type player. And he then had a bit of an off day, and now people are saying, well, where's the same reaction? Again, he's bought the credit. So he's allowed to have that off day, and we're not going to sort of bin him. And we shouldn't bin him. We're talking about a player who's, won 2 World Cups, as mentioned. I think the main thing a lot of people are saying, for example, is he's not going to have 2 bad games, is he? He generally doesn't. And I think that he's a player who would love to be seeing the criticism. He'll be lapping that up. He'll be reading all the hate, he'll be reading the doubts, and you just know that he's a current player. It's going to come out this weekend, be 100% off the tee, probably grab a couple of tries, be man of the match, and be like, where are you now? So I do think that he's somebody that really rises to the occasion, which is why I'm not worried about him. I said it over the weekend, and somebody had a complete go at me saying, oh, this is an Andre Pollard apologist channel and stuff like that. You're not going to bin a guy who's won you 2 World Cups after 1 mediocre performance. It wasn't even that bad. It wasn't great. A very poor kicking performance off the tee. Generally, apart from that, wasn't that bad. I mean, he got away with a bit of the covering tackle, which it's not a strength. He's never been a particularly good covering tackle. He's very good confrontationally, for example, when you're running into him. But as some people are saying, he's not going to have I don't think he's going to have 2 bad games. So we don't need to worry about him. I don't think we're ever going to start Amani Liebach or Sasha Faimagomazulu here. Next weekend, I reckon we're going to see Amani Liebach start, and then we'll see Faimagomazulu off the bench, probably a little bit more as well. So no issues whatsoever. Back on Jay Pollard, I reckon it could be even man of the match contender this weekend. So yeah, go to some of the comments, see what they've got to say about him. Chris said it didn't matter if it was Marnie, Sasha, or 100, there would always be hate. Marcel saying, don't change the teamwork or team work on mistakes, please. And Double saying, let's hope 100 kicking boots have arrived from Paris. Seatley saying, would have been nice to see Ruiz, but the continuity is important to win the series and close it out in Durban. We'll be at the game super keen. Well, enjoy that. Keep an eye out for James. Those of you who have seen us behind the scenes, you will have known who he is. But he'll be roaming with the camera this weekend, so keep an eye out for him. Flynn reckons that Andre is the best under pressure, no contest. Jan HB Hugo says we need Australia strong. I agree. Jacques Coetzee saying flexing that we have no injuries while Ireland has like 10. To be fair, they've only got 2 officially confirmed ones. Craig Casey and Dan Sheehan. So we wait and see. You know, for example, they might only have to make 2 changes to the entire team. Tian says, no, Chris, there's been an attempt by casual watchers to discredit Pollard as a boring flyer that can only kick. Not true. Yeah, but I think to be fair, you know, you kind of suppose a very important part of that statement is the casual watchers. Which there are a lot when it comes to the Springboks. A lot of players, a lot of fans who don't watch a lot of rugby kind of sort of turn up for Springbok season, which is fine. You know, it is always going to be one of those situations where you can't expect everybody to be watching rugby all the year and then know exactly what's plotting. And a lot of people do only sort of rock up when it comes to Springbok season, which is fine. As I said, you know, they're very. It's far easier to get yourself geared up for a Springbok game. You know, it's one group of players to monitor than having to watch Sharks, Stormers, Lions, Bulls, URC, all the URC games, top 14, Premiership, Super Rugby, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, I think anyone who's been watching for a long enough time, they're not going to be worried about, for example, Andre Pollard, and they're not going to be worrying about his form, for example, or asking for him to be dropped. So Mark's saying, I have no doubt that Pollard will fix the kicking, so not too worried. Dave saying Pollard is solid. Have we forgotten Rugby World Cup? We allowed an off day here and there, showing how high his standard is. I agree. Joan saying, speaking of it, so you catch Currie's game for the Bulls? I did not. I was really frustrated not to be able to watch a bit more Currie Cup this weekend, this past weekend. So I'm going to try and make sure and see if I can watch a bit more this coming weekend. But between traveling and all the box stuff, it becomes a bit difficult. But I have heard good things. So I've got it all taped back there. I want to go watch the Lions because we beat Sharks by a point. Good to see. And then it was a big win there for Bulls down in beating Province down there. Petro Osten said, let's support our team. And Chris saying, Marnie and Pollard are 2 different players. 100% they are. But and that's why it was interesting during the World Cup, for example. And this is the one thing I say. Somebody the other day saying that Rassie Russ for the coach staff don't rate Marnie Liebach. And I said, that is the biggest load of nonsense I've heard in a long time. Because look at the World Cup playoffs against France, against England, especially against France, though, where they had the debate. Andre Liebach, Andre Marnie, what do we go with? And Rassie said, at the moment, we're playing better when Marnie Liebach is playing. And so they backed him and said, right, cool, let's go. Let's go and and back him and release him, for example, and then bring him Pollard off the bench, which they did. And then they hooked him off of the league. So it's and this is why I disagree. Yeah, Saki saying you are biased. That's it. Pollard on the ball play and kicking was off horrible. The problem some of us have is that Marnie wouldn't get a second chance. We are not fixing SA. Marnie Liebach is a second choice fly half. Rassie Erasmus has confirmed this. Marnie Liebach got every single chance in the World Cup to come good. He got backed in the semi-final and in the quarterfinal. When the going got tough, we backed him. He had 2 games where he struggled. We went to a 7-1 split for the final, and we backed Andre Pollard, who'd been there, done it, and look what he did in the final. If there would have been Marnie Liebach, for example, he wouldn't be in the squad at the moment. I'm telling you right now, he will start against Portugal. Rassie Erasmus has confirmed he is the second choice fly half. Much like they always backed Alton Yankees. When Pollard went down, they went straight to Alton, who was the second choice fly half. Marnie Liebach is the second choice fly half for the Boks. So that whole idea of he wouldn't got a second choice. We went to the World Cup and we backed him as our fly half. So in many ways, I think a lot of people over in SA, for example, especially on the back of that quarterfinal performance for the Stormers, said, "Oh, we don't need Monie Leibach," and the Springbok coaching staff picked him and said, "No, we're going to back him. He's part of the he's now part of our setup." And Tony Brown will be working with him, for example, and he's not going to get binned. You know, he's still a young player. I mean, Monie Leibach's going to be involved at that Springbok squad for years to come. So, I'm not entirely sure what bias I'm supposed to have for Pollard. He never played for any of my local teams, for example. Never played for the Lions. So, not entirely sure where my bias is supposed to come. That I love Pollard versus Monie Leibach. For years, for example, I would say that there was a time when Pollard wasn't playing particularly well that I would like to see Alton Yankee starting. But by all means, become a little casual viewer, jump on the channel, see me defending one of the best fly halves who ever has statistically the double World Cup winner and a British and Irish Lions winner, and tell me I'm completely biased towards him. I think the proof is in the pudding. I think he's probably got enough to back up what I'm saying. And the chat's agreeing, to be fair. Somebody was saying Sasha Fassi is crazy. That is actually not that crazy, to be honest. Fassi covers one, maybe two positions. He can play at 15 and maybe on the wing. That's it. Sasha Famagomazulu covers 10, 12, and 15. So because he covers 10, 12, and 15, you then got Grant Williams, who covers 9, 11, 14. So technically, your two players off the bench covers every single position bar outside center, which Damon Delaney can shift to if he needs to. So you've got two options for every single position on that field. You've got two options in scrum half and Grant Williams and Faf de Klerk. You've got two options in fly half and Andre Pollard and Sash Famagomazulu. You've got three options at 11 between Ches and Colby, Curtly Arendse, and Grant Williams. You've got three options really in 12 between Andre Pollard, Damon Delaney, and Sash Famagomazulu. You've got two options at 13, Damon Delaney and Jesse Creel. You've got three options at 14 in Curtly Arendse. Well, I suppose you can even Grant Williams plays on the left wing as well, on the right wing rather. You've got Curtly Arendse, Ches and Colby, Grant Williams can play there, Jesse Creel can play there, as well as Billy LaRue can play there. So you've actually got five options. When it comes to fullback, you've got Billy LaRue and Sash Famagomazulu. If you really need to, Jesse Creel's played there before. Ches and Colby, for example, has actually probably played there before Jesse Creel. So you've got 3 to 4 options in almost every single position, bar outside centre, which you still got two positions there. And I think if push really came to shove, you'd throw from Kwaka Smith, for example, in the centres and the likes. So you probably throw, Sash Famagomazulu at outside centre if you really, really had to. So that's why, for example, Apollo Defassi, because then Apollo Defassi plays, for example, you only got one option at 10. And really only one option two options at 12, but that second option is your fly half. So if Damon Delaney goes down and you shift Andre Pollard into inside center, you've got nobody to come on at 10. Fassi can't play at 10. Billy LaRue can't really play at 10, if you're going to be brutally honest. So that is why. Same reason why that's that's literally the only reason Monie Leibach's not in this. If we went a 5-3 split, Rassie Erasmus literally said if we had a 5-3 split, Monie Leibach would be on the bench as far half cover. We'd have Grant Williams, Monie Leibach, and maybe even Apollo Fassi. Or Maxwell Pimpy, for example, because you could have that. If we went with a 5-3 split, Monie Leibach would be on the bench. That is not that's not what I'm telling you. That's what Rassie Erasmus has said. Because we go to the 6-2 split, you have to have the utility backs, and that's where Sash Famagomazulu comes in. Simakazi is saying, it is good to keep the same team to give a team a chance to correct mistakes from the previous game. We need to see an improvement from the same team and formation. I agree. Dominic now saying, happy with the team, but what I saw in the first match with a lot more attacking style of play, won't Monie be better suited to open up the attack, not driving Pollard, but having Monie as a sub. Again, that's kind of the 5-3, 6-2 kind of split issues. Michael's saying, don't agree that if it was Monie, I'm thinking if we lost the game, Andre would have been crucified. Yeah, I agree as well. I think that's also probably a big issue. And that's why, for example, let's be honest, we did not crucify Monie Leibach. And Jacques Gilbert's got that phenomenal quote where they said, Monie Leibach missed this many kicks off the tee. That could have how many points that were left out there. Is his form a concern for you and his playing style a concern for you? And Jacques Gilbert said very, very significantly, not if he wins man of the match. Mic drop the mic. I don't have anything I can drop the phone, drop the mic. Like he said, at the end of the day, yes, he missed maybe 8 points off the tee, but he had 2 try assists, which is 10 points before he even has an attempted goal. So similarly on Saturday, because Andre Pollard, we didn't lose the game, for example, I think Michael's got a good point. We didn't go after Pollard as well. Some people didn't go after Pollard as much as we needed to, because again, it didn't kind of really matter. It was more like Wasn't great, but we've won the game, so it's okay. But, work on it. And he did get criticism and rightly criticized. But at the same time, I said he's banked that credit. AC says, no change was expected. Kwaka was the question mark. Dr. Rassi knows best. I also agree. I think that he was maybe the only question mark if you want to go a little bit more about direct number 8. But I also think you look at the breakdowns, for example, even over the weekend, and we did struggle a little bit at the breakdowns. I still had pretty good rack speed and had more turnovers and then so that the breakdown was still an issue where you didn't manage to completely nullify. And you take Kwaka Smith, for example, and that's only going to get worse. Stefan says, don't forget they backed money for a long time before rotating him out after the quarterfinal, after the semi-final, actually. Mourinho Swart saying, am I the only one who's concerned with the expansive play having an impact on our rucks? Our strong ruck players are now on the edges waiting for the expansive play. Well, that's what we have to wait and sort of see how we look, there is certain amount that, Circulisi, PSF, Toy, 2 workers on the sides, for example. What does that mean? Other players going to have to sort of pick up the slack. So it is kind of a trade-off, isn't it? In terms of how we're going to play in the attacking shape, for example. So that probably also contribute towards maybe our turnovers and maybe our racks being slightly more exposed. But that's kind of the balance we're going to have to get right. And in trying to be different and in trying different things, we are going to get things wrong. That's one thing I can guarantee you. We're not going to be perfect. We're going to lose games. But we have to continue evolving if there's ever going to be even a slight chance of a 3P, which has never been done before. Flynn says, can play money against Portugal to ease him in. He got shell-shocked against Ireland in the World Cup. I didn't think he actually played that badly. Just kicked badly. Stephen says, agreeing with Renier Swart, saying we shouldn't move too far away from our DNA. KGT said, at first a little disappointed, but with new systems being introduced, most probably better to have a consistent team. Ireland are going to struggle, especially with their injuries. In Rassi, we trust. Jared then saying, think about, is Kwaka going to make those errors again? Is Paul going to miss that many kicks again? Fix just these 2 headaches and we have a great performance. Could have been 36-20. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very, very good point. Same thing as Kwaka Smith, for example. We're saying, we're going to drop him. We're dropping him based on dropping the ball twice. That's really what we're dropping, if we're going to be perfectly honest. In worst case, if we actually go back to Wales, for example, everyone knows made similar mistakes. So I don't think Kwaka Smith's going to drop a kickoff and a high ball again. He's got a phenomenal skill set. It was incredibly uncharacteristic that he did in the first place. If you sort of be out-jumped, for example, and out-contended in the air, that's a bit different to, kind of your Dwayne Vermeulen type of mold player. But we don't have a Dwayne. Cameron Harnicombe is the closest thing we've got to a Dwayne Vermeulen replacement. Jasper Wiese, very confrontational, much better ball carrier, not nearly the same breakdown work that Kwaka Smith has, who's not, who's not maybe got as much power in the running as Evan Roos has, who's, not maybe as around the park and good on defense as Pepsi Buthelezi is. So we don't have a Dwayne Vermeulen replacement. We've got players who can do similar parts of that. We don't have. Dwayne Vermeulen was a phenomenon. He was good over the ball, great at the breakdown, physical in the defense, very good with defensive awareness, very solid under the high ball, as well as very good in carrying. So he ticked every single possible box you could ever want out of a loose forward. He was almost like the perfect number 8. There are very few players like that. Talapa Faletau, for example, is one. Artie Severe is one. And I think that there's a reason that those are just 3 players that come to mind, for example, in the last couple of years that I can think of. It just when you look at it and you go, everything you want out of a number 8, they've got it. Kalen Doris is close to it. Probably not as physical. And that he's a bit smaller, but not to say he's not physical, but not quite the same sort of physical presence. But that's he carries all day and gets over the advantage line very well as well. But so we've got to sort of there's going to be a compromise at the end of the day. We've lost Dwayne Vermeulen. Now we need to find out how do we replace him and what are we replacing? What is it that we are replacing as well? We're not just replacing him. What are we replacing in terms of what he brings to the game? So when you drop a Ches and Colby, you're replacing somebody. You're losing somebody with that kind of work rate. That speed, obviously, that X factor, as well as the defensive nuance. That's what you're dropping. It's not about the player. It's about what does that player bring. So, when you drop Oxen Chair, you're dropping one of the, or when you lose Oxen Chair, for example, you're not losing a loose head prop. You're losing one of the best scrummagers in the world. And how do you replace that? That's the thing. When Malcolm Marx is playing versus Mongi Manambi, they're both world-class hookers, but they're very different in the way they play. TJ saying, yo, Stephen, well said. I highly doubt Potter will have 2 consecutive bad games. I'm quite keen to see Mani under Tony's direction. Hopefully, during this time off, he's working on his kicks. He works incredibly hard as Mani Debak on his goal kicking. That's the that there's this conception, for example, that he just doesn't work hard. And that, if he went to practice, then he'd be fine. And that is a load of nonsense. Marnie Liebach is one of the hardest workers in that Springbok squad. Anybody that's seen behind the scenes, anybody that's worked with him at his various units will confirm he's incredibly hardworking. So it's a fallacy that, there's a direct correlation between if you put 2 hours on the training ground afterwards compared to 2.5, you're going to be suddenly infinitely better. Yes, obviously you have to put in the work, and those who are the best are the ones that work extremely hard and don't stop working. But there's always going to be a certain amount of temperament, for example. There's also going to be a certain amount of, on the day, whatever happens, that you can't control. You control the controllables, and he does. He works incredibly hard, but sometimes, and also, it's one of those things. Malcolm Marx struggled with his throwing previously and had to sort that out. There's lots of players who've had sort of shortcomings in their game that had to go away and work on it and come back. Remember how we always used to say that Jesse Currie was horrible in the attack and couldn't attack? Look at him on this weekend. Everybody used to say Damien Delende can't pass. No, Damien Delende was told not to pass. He's one of the, as Tony Brown has confirmed once again, after Trace the Brain said it, he's one of the best passers in the squad, in the team. But for years, he's played in a crash ball system where he hasn't really needed to pass. So Yassine's saying, Apples versus Oranges, Money doesn't have enough tests under his name to compare statistically. Yeah, true. But, and he will get more tests, to be fair, to have that. Flynn reckons we need cleaner ball for Faf. Devot saying, I think the continuity is important. We will see youngsters for Portugal, 100%. Test 2 saying, I would have loved to see Russ at 8 and then have Kwaka make his impact as part of the bomb squad. Would have probably started Mark Stead, so you would affect you in the lineup. Yeah, I think once Malcolm Marx is back to full fitness, I expect him to start. I expect Bongi to be back down to the bench. I expect Kwaka to shift down to the bench, and once he's fit, as mentioned, it'll be either Jasper Wiese or Cameron Harnicum. I think that's where I reckon that we'll probably will change if we wanted to go with our strongest side, for example. Jakob Paris saying Sasha and Damien and Willems are going to play a big role in the next World Cup, 100%. Keith saying new system, keep consistency is important whilst we adapt to certain new systems. Rux was an issue during that first test due to our expansive game plan. All in all, happy days. And the new boy Glacier saying, I know it's still a way, but I think the real intrigue will happen around the Rugby Championship time. Players like will be 100% available, but Jesse has earned that jersey, no doubt. Yeah, listen, Jesse Currie has very much said, he gave credit to Kanye and said, how amazing he was in the preparation, but Jesse Currie has very much said, this is my jersey. Come take it off me, but I'm not going down without a fight. And he's earned it, to be fair. By the way, before we continue, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. It's great to have almost 300 people watching. We're sitting on less than 50 likes. So it costs you absolutely nothing to like the video. So I'm actually going to basically back it. So if you like the team, which 83% of people do, very interesting that 17% don't, like the video. And if you don't like the team, like the video. I appreciate the support. Just helps us a little bit. But coming from the Rassie Erasmus, we have got a confirmation on why Chesn Colby and Currie Arendse have switched jerseys. Actually, I don't think it's on my team graphic, to be fair. But they have indeed made the switch there. So he explains that. Have I got? Actually, that's a very good point. I think I might have got that wrong on the graphic that's on the screen, which I can fix in 2 seconds. He also responds to Matt Williams and the chat about the bomb squad being unfair, etc. So that will be up very, very shortly, by the way, the Rassie press conference, and I think it's going to be a goodie. So make sure you don't miss it, because Rassie Erasmus has been in a very good mood the last couple of press conferences, and he's been giving us some absolute gems. So you want to make sure that you're there to listen to it, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And so we will have the full press conference up on Forever Sport, and then we'll have clips from the press conference on Forever Rugby if you don't have time to watch the full press conference over there. So he's also predicted the Ireland team, by the way. So that's coming as well. So that's going to be very interesting in terms of the injuries, for example. So we'll have that up soon. What are we saying? Yassine saying, Irish said that media said the ref favoured the box. What are your thoughts? I think it's a bit of a storm in the teacup. At the end of the day, they had a couple of TMO decisions that went against them, and therefore they have to be obviously biased towards us. I think it's a bit of a stretch, to be honest. I hate talking about the referees. Anyone who's been around enough will know I'm not a massive fan of chatting about referees. I think it's very, very trivial, to be perfectly honest. I think Luke Pierce is a great referee. Ben Whitehouse is a good TMO. I think the decisions that they made were marginal, and I think that on a different day they'll go against us, and we all suddenly decide that that they're terrible. You know, I think the fact I've been saying this for a while, the fact that both sets of fans seem not to like him, that kind of sort of shows you what's going on. In that, if both sets of fans think you had a bad day, they generally had I think a pretty good day in terms of not being biased. We also know there's a very strong correlation between you lose the match, you hate the referee, you win the match, the referee was fine. Now, obviously, yes, because people will say, yeah, but you won the match because of the referee bias. I look at the big decisions, for example, and I think that James got disallowed try. There's so many things there that you can sort of dissect. People talking about the potential neck roll, other people talking about was he in from the side. Obviously, then there's the boot, then there was offside before then, stuff like that. So there's so many different things to sort of talk about. If you look at the try that wasn't allowed when James Lowe was in touch, I think it was incredibly marginal. I don't think there's anywhere there which shows he was definitely in touch, and the decision was try on the field, which means they've got to find definitive proof that he was in touch. I don't think there was. So yeah, I don't really like talking about it. I think it wasn't a Bryce Lawrence performance. You know, it wasn't just stupidly bad. Yeah, you might not agree with a couple of decisions. I also think that obviously things are changing, by the way. We've got new laws that have come in and things are being ref differently. So, for example, that foot in the ruck, if you watched throughout the weekend, you would have actually seen that that was something that was refed throughout the weekend very, very strictly. There were a lot of teams giving away penalties for that foot in the ruck type of thing, which hasn't previously been monitored as closely. So I think that's going to be something that's going to see change over the next few months, which I think is good change. And I think we can see how teams sort of adapt to that. Kanyisa saying Hounicum is a combination of Dwayne and Ardy. If it was not for his injury, I believe he would have been in the starting lineup. Great team. Yeah, I think it would be. I agree. Creel versus who do you choose come Rugby Championship? I think until JC Creel gives you a reason to drop him, you back him. I mean, man of the match performance on Saturday, I thought it was absolutely sublime. So I wouldn't drop him. DS2 saying, I think Liebach would thrive under the Tony Brown system. I'd much rather prefer him being a Larkin type of player with Sash Gomez being designated goal kicker instead. The issue obviously is then you've got to get both into the starting lineup, which means where you're playing Sash, you're playing him at 12, you're playing him at 15, for example. So it's a nice idea to have a goal kicker, but it becomes a bit more difficult to actually find space for him. I'm going to do a bit of an unashamed punt, by the way. I'm going to drop a couple of links in the description, in the chat, basically, and that's because I want you guys to get more involved in our various communities. So I'm going to drop a chat for our WhatsApp channel, by the way, which is basically like a way for us to share videos and news and stuff like that. We're still working on exactly what it's going to be. But you guys go involved in that. And fun fact, if you've never joined a WhatsApp channel, for example, nobody sees your contact details. It's like, it's completely private, for example, but you can, you will be on the group there. I've just dropped it now. And so anything time we share, we'll share on the WhatsApp channel, for example, and hopefully that can become a little bit of an easy way for you to consume your news. It's becoming very much a big thing. So people are asking about it. We've done it as well. So go and join that WhatsApp channel for all the latest information. Matthew Dixon saying, can't wait for Stevie P's episode 2. Yeah, I've got that this week. I need to decide exactly, got a couple of ideas on what to do. So for those of you I'll drop it a bit later. But I do have my own channel where I get to be a bit more of myself and give myself a couple of rants, stuff like that. So that's going to be on the channel this week. And try and find nice, cool views to do that. Ricardo saying, only challenge I would make is Ruiz at 8, Quacker from the bench. Keeg saying not sold on Murat. Tian saying Murat made a double tackle and saved a try. Yeah, I thought he actually had a much better game this past weekend. Chris saying Murat is okay, but one even on the field for much longer. Hate that he goes off so early, such a force. I think he wasn't talking about Mosto, talking about Salmon Murat. Ricardo says would have given Kurbis, Ranach, and Sasha a chance first half and Faf and Pollard to finish second half. How do you rate England's performance against All Blacks? Predictions for the follow-up game? I think England stuffed it up. I think that All Blacks will be a lot better this weekend, and I think that they probably missed their chance to beat them. Having said that, England were very good, and I suppose you can kind of repeat that in theory, but I do think that they psychologically will be quite down after that performance. I think to have gone so close and played probably better rugby than the All Blacks, but to not have gotten the victory will take a big mental beating. Maybe they'll take confidence out of it, but at the end of the day, they got beaten by an All Black side that were rusty, playing for the first time under Scott Robertson, trying new things. That was probably your best chance of beating them, and you didn't. Gio saying England's performance top class. They're a top tier team now. Most likely, All Blacks will put them to the sword next week, though. Yeah, I think that's the thing. But I think England will take confidence in general out of the fact that they are now, as you mentioned, getting back to being a proper top fives in the world team, and not just a team that is making up numbers. And that's a big positive for them. No, don't worry, Matthew. We'll keep very, very strict on the type of videos that goes out on the WhatsApp thing. It's channels, by the way, it's not a group, so only admins can share. There's no chat or anything, for example. It's literally just like a Twitter feed almost. Verna say Portugal game is a bit of a throwaway to let our youngsters have a go. Will probably be a better test for the next gen versus current gen box to use the Tony Brown system. We're saying, as they usually do, but I'm super impressed with England. Looking forward to the All Black versus SA game in the SA later this year. Finn is predicting a loss for both the All Blacks and the Box, and then runs. Yeah, I'll be very surprised if that both happens. But hey, you never know. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. We're gonna wrap it up there, people. Before we do, I'm gonna do one last sort of thing, and that's if you guys would like to come and see more of me. I mean, I don't know why you would, but some people apparently do, and why not? You know, why? You know, you can never get enough of Stevie P. But I do have my own channel called the Stevie P Show, which was rebranded and relaunched recently. So would love for you guys to come across and see that over there. I did a video there which got a couple people upset, where I basically said that Rassie Erasmus needs to still prove something. So you can go find exactly what that is. So that's over there in the comments over there. Feel free to go and join that. It'd be very cool to have you guys on board of that journey. And Ashman saying Quokka dropped balls in the British and Irish Lions series. Yeah, he also but again, I think different, to be fair. I think this past weekend, I think first of all that second drop I think was a miscommunication on who the ball was. Because I think Mostert was there and kind of went, oh shit, he's actually too far forward, so I don't think he was expecting it. And then the first one, people will drop balls. Evan Roos knocked it on against Wales. Kind of happens. Gio says, who will play scrum half for Ireland next week? Yeah, Conor Murray will start. Nathan Doak has joined the squad, so I'll be interested to see if they bring him in and if they give him a go. I'm a big Nathan Doak fan actually, so I'd love to see him. I would love to see him get a go. Very interested to see how that would go. But yeah, so we'll get a complete breakdown of the injuries about later in the week, and as soon as we have any official confirmation or any things, then we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, Conor Murray will probably start. Maybe see Nathan Doak on the bench. We wait and see exactly what Farrell's going to go with. But yeah, people, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. As I said, please go join our WhatsApp group over there. WhatsApp channel, not group. Channel. It is very much a channel, not a group. They are different. So go and follow us there. Send it to your friends as well. And then yeah, if you'd like to see a bit more of my stuff, then you can go check out.
Stay on the thing for the grass. They're worried about the grass, please.
Yep.
Jump in front of me. Oh, sorry. I'm joking. I'm moving. Alles.
Anyone admin. And there's another setting of the same thing. And then I think once you log in the game, it's send you a picture of the password. It's like a username and password basically.
saw the guys play. All good.
Like
I might just start around the general squad update. Just kind of on top of a few players carrying niggles over the last few days. Everyone seems to be training out there. Are you all good to go for this weekend?
Yeah.
Aside from Dan and Craig, obviously.
Yeah. No, everyone trained today. Hef and Doki came in as well and took part of the first session. But yeah, everyone apart from Dan and Craig were available and trained.
How pleased have you been with the reaction this Saturday from what you've seen on the pitch this week?
Yeah, listen, we wouldn't expect anything any different from the lads. I think when you put in a performance that doesn't match the levels that the lads have put in across the last couple of seasons, then there's clearly disappointment, and there's no better group to take responsibility for that and get a second opportunity this weekend.
On Saturday when we spoke to Andy, he said probably the energy in defence in that early part of the game was something that frustrated. What have you seen on review? What have you picked out of the game since then?
Yeah, I guess they put the ball into space, which we anticipated, but we didn't deal with that as well as we should have done. And sometimes the team will find a way to get into space, and we didn't shut that down in the way that we would normally do. And there's plenty of fixes for that, but essentially we have to be better this weekend, both sides of the ball, especially in the first half. But as the game went on, we grew massively into the game and finished stronger, so we'll take a lot of confidence from that. But you can't give a side like South Africa the type of space that we allowed them, because they've got too many quality players to put you under pressure and take advantage of that space.
What do you think that was, Simon? Is that like a communication thing, or is it technical or tactical?
I think it's a little bit. I think if you lose a few collisions, then you're on the back foot, and then it's a bit of a sort of a spiral of negativity in terms of you've got to try and create something within that, whether that's the comms, whether that's individuals working a little bit smarter and finding a way to find solutions. So it's probably a combination, Murray, of things that we didn't quite get right in that first 20 minutes when they got some decent gains from us. But like I say, I think after half time we fixed a lot of those things and it made us much more difficult to break down. And I thought in the second half we were much better both sides of the ball.
Were you surprised at the Springboks style of play and their approach to the game?
In terms of
Just the expansive.
No, I think they've the ability for them to play to that sort of space, the width has always been there. They can play a couple of styles of game, can't they, with their forward pack and the ability to try and win the game and win the collisions a little bit tighter. But they also have, since we've been playing them the last few years, they've had incredible sort of backs that can play to space, play with footwork, play the kicking game. And with Tony Brown's inclusion as well, I think that adds another dimension to the way that they can attack.
So it doesn't make it more difficult to defend against because they used to maybe bash it up and then go wide. They've now gone wide almost from first phase. When you still got to defend those the big guys coming around 9. So has it stretches your defence a little bit. Has it made it a bit trickier to get a read on how to?
Not really. I think like anything, you win the collision. It makes it easier for you to play a number of different ways. It's harder when the ball is slower to play to maybe that space earlier. We allowed them probably to gain some front football and therefore that gives them an opportunity to play through us or play wider. When you win collisions in defence and when you're able to create time and tackle and slow the speed of ball up, then it becomes much more difficult for a team, like any team, to put the ball to the space. If they do, then I think they're doing that on your terms as a defensive team as opposed to their terms. So we know that we can be better in that area, making sure that we defend off 9, but also defend wider out. And to be fair to most teams in the world now, they're multifaceted, and you've got to be able to defend more than one way.
Final question to this section.
So, what do you make of them obviously announcing an unchanged side?
Yeah, obviously a vote of confidence after their victory, and it's not unusual, I guess, but maybe it gives those guys to back up another performance. So we expected probably a similar type of team, and they've gone with the same 23, which makes it maybe it makes it a little bit easier previewing them because we know a lot of their individuals and we're aware of a lot of their strengths within their team.
Okay, that's it for the live section.
Yes, we can get going, Mike.
David, Tony Brown was very complimentary of your passing skills on Monday. I know you get to show a bit more of that in Japan and maybe have a role to play in the box, but is it something you're looking to develop as the game plan with the Springboks evolves? What Tony's talking about?
Yeah, definitely. I've always wanted to pass a bit more, but I also know sometimes you do a role that suits the team, which is more important in my view. So yeah, it's also just about getting that balance right, when to pass and when not to pass. So yeah, it's something that I've been working on, not just when I was in South Africa, but also playing in Japan now. I get asked to move the ball around a bit more, which is also nice. Gives my body a bit more of a break during games, which is nice as well. But yeah, like I said, it's just finding that balance and trying to get the balance right in the game.
How have you found working with Tony? What is he like as a attack coach?
He's very relaxed, which is very nice, which I enjoy. And his meetings are quite short as well, which I think is also very nice. He gets to the point of what he wants to come across, and and say what we should do and where he thinks we can utilize the space on the field. And then we're out of there and then we're onto the field. So yeah, for me it's been a pleasure working with him, and I'm looking forward to building a relationship with him and getting to know him a bit better and understanding the way he sees the game.
David, can you talk a bit about the record? There's a couple of them now that seem to be pairing special, having been a backbone of that backline for so long. What does it mean to you and Jesse this weekend to go past two greats like Jean and John?
Yeah, it's a great achievement. And yeah, I think for Jesse and myself, I met him in 2014 when I first met the Springboks, and he was training with us already. So yeah, I think just from Jesse, or from myself to Jesse, just congratulations to him and to myself. It's an incredible achievement to get past guys like Jean and Jacques. It's I think in their prime they were probably the two best centres playing at the time. So yeah, it's just I'm not really. It is an incredible achievement. I'm not really focused on that. I just want to get the job done on Saturday, and then I'll celebrate that afterwards. But it's not. Why? Yeah.
Maybe what is it that makes Jesse such a good centre partnership in terms of how you feel for him?
He's a lot faster than me, so if I need to move the ball, he can get on his bicycle a bit. But yeah, he's excellent at defense, at reading the game, at making tough decisions at tough times. Obviously, you saw while he played on Saturday, and his decision making on defense was incredible. He put the Irish players under a lot of pressure, and you could see that on the field. When someone is that brave and they take that chance to risk to put the Irish team under pressure, you can actually see they were under a lot of pressure on Saturday. So I think the Irish will come maybe with a different game plan this weekend, but I think it was incredible to watch Jesse on the weekend to play with him.
What's your driving what's driving
I think, I'm not speaking for us, but I think for Franco and myself, we obviously he started playing in 2016. Yeah, and I know in 2016 and 2017 we went through a very rough patch of losing a lot of games and by big margins, which was quite unpleasant. But I think for me the memory always sticks of how hard we worked to get to where we are now, and what we have gone through as players. A lot of us that played in 2016, 2017 are still here. So that for me is what drives me. And I know I won't play for the Springboks forever, but I want to leave the Springboks in a better place, so that once I retire and guys like Sirs retire, that there is still building blocks in place for the next generation to kick on and hopefully beat our records and achieve greater things than what we achieved. I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think the game on Saturday was a proper test match, and it was a lot of fun. And yeah, they're a tough side. I think they're going to come even harder this weekend. But I think it's a monkey off our back. But yeah, I'm not really sure how to answer that.
Damien, you've had a few battles now with Bundiaki and the Irish centres that got some experience, Carlos Ringos.
Yeah, Henshaw, yeah.
But just about Bundi, what's it like playing against him? What is challenge like? Decent guy.
Yeah, he is. He's a great man. I know he's a great family man as well. And yeah, he's a fantastic player. I've played against him a lot of times, like you said, and it's always been a great challenge. Like Franco also said, we want to play against the best in the world, and I'm lucky enough to play against the best centre in the world. And yeah, you want to test yourself against the best. And I'm looking forward to playing against him this weekend again. And yeah, catching up with him after the game and maybe having a nice cold one. But I'm looking forward to the challenge on Saturday.
David, when you talk about, and it's got to end at some point, when you talk about motivation and how much is another World Cup motivation, is it just ridiculous to be thinking that far ahead this early? Or for some of the guys in the group around your age, is that still very much motivation as you guys speak?
Well, I'll speak for myself personally. I think I'll take it year by year and see how my body goes. But yeah, it would be incredible to win 3 World Cups. But I know if my body's not up to it, I have to put the team first and make a call that I can't be selfish and put myself before the team, because then I'll be risking what we want to achieve as a whole instead of But yeah, I'll see how I go building up to the World Cup, and I know if I'm not ready, I'll be honest and call it. But as of now, I still got a lot of motivation and the hard work. I'm still getting through the hard work quite nicely, and I'm really enjoying myself. And I love being here at the Springboks. And for now, I'm very happy, and I'll keep working on it.
Maybe there's something go back to what Mike asked about training. Because I remember when you were a very young player at the Stormers, I think in your first season when you were making unbelievable flows and so on, and Zondag still told me at the academy that really got to get you to pass more and so on. Are you glad in a way that you've been in a way waiting for that recognition to come that you're now getting? Because it was almost as if the reputation was built on the momentum that you get. And are you glad that recognition is sort of almost finally coming?
I mean, doesn't really faze me. It is nice to have the ball in my hands a bit more and make a few more passes and try and create more space for the guys on the outside. But yeah, we obviously, I just love to play rugby, and whether I'm needed to move the ball into the wider channels or to crash the ball up, I'll most likely do it for my team to make sure that we have the best chance to win on the match day. So I'll just keep grafting, and wherever I'm needed, I'll put my hand up first and make sure that I get the job done. And once that job is done, I'll start to look at other things where I can improve and give my input in the game.
The fact that Leinster have changed significantly what they're doing this season, has it made it more difficult when players come back into camp? Have you adapted at all to suit that?
No, I think we probably have a number of those players playing in the side that will play a certain way with Leinster, but I don't believe that's the reason that we conceded early on. We were broken a couple of times. I think it's important that we get on the same page, Rory, and like I said, I think if the collision is one, whatever the system is, as long as you're all on the same page, if the collision is one and you're able to create slow ball, then you can defend in several different ways. So for me, it's about making sure that we identify the ability to go and put time in tackle and create slow ball and create opportunities for ourselves in the collision, being disciplined around that, and then defending accordingly on the back of that.
Does the fact that you can't now win the series affect anything to how you approach this test in terms of perhaps looking at opportunity for players and maybe getting a bit of experience in players that you might have, if you were going for a bit of history, you might have gone a different way?
Can we not win the series if we beat them by a certain score?
Is it argument?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. So
what am I more than 7?
Yeah, I think the selection is always a balance between knowing that players maybe didn't produce the type of performance that you believe that they're capable of, and they know that they're capable of, and also giving opportunity. And I think that will reflect in the selection this week. It's one of the toughest jobs as coaches to decide on that 15 and the substitutes, because there's so much competition in the squad and you can't give opportunity to everyone. The guys that do get an opportunity have just got to have a real feel and understanding of they've got that chance, and there's lots of other players that won't have got that chance, whether that's last week or this week. And I think they've got to make sure that and I know they will, they'll play for each other in the group, those guys who do get the opportunity.
Can I ask you about the evolution of your own position? Pete's probably more old school six, you've got Ryan Baird, and Kerm's not here, Cormac are more of the modern style of sixes. Is the game just inevitably changing in that direction? Has the role changed a lot? And like, how exciting it is to have players of that profile coming through and play in that way, do what Ryan did in the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, I think he's not an exception by all means, but he is he's a real athlete, isn't he? And he can play lock as well. I think what you're seeing is you're getting more lock sixes, guys that can do a bit of both, but the athleticism of Berdo, Izzy potentially could be one that in the future could play, and he's played there for Ulster, but could play lock and second row. He's some specimen in terms of his physical attributes. But yeah, I think there's often guys bring different traits to the game, and a six who can keep up with the wingers and is able to do all the other fundamental bits that a six needs to do. That's a real advantage, and South Africa have got a few of those as well.
John and Murray.
Sam, I was going to ask you, how much do you push the system and the individual within it to make reads? I was just thinking on 2 or 3 occasions, is that what you encourage? You kind of say to them, yeah, look, we have a system here where everybody's connected, so it's about communication. If you're going to go, just make sure that the others, the people around you, are aware of that.
Yeah, 100%. I think we will always give the players as much responsibility and license to make good decisions, good decision making, smart decision making, but inevitably you want as many players as possible in those situations to be on the same page, and if they're not, then that's when you start to kind of concede a little bit of ground, and that's probably what happened a couple of occasions on the weekend. So it is massively about giving players a responsibility to make good decisions, make sure that we put them in those positions in the week, them understand what they're looking for, and then commit to those calls.
Was that the case with the first try? I was just thinking that it was just again communication where something is not done rather than done, and then people, because of that split second, you're looking, I'm not saying panic, but they just make a different decision. Yeah,
and that's the game, isn't it? That's what it's a test match for a reason. It's a test of physical and mental ability to be on it all the time, and you're only maybe 30 seconds, 40 minutes from a break, but you've got to be in the game, and you can't tap out, you can't lose a moment. And we lost a couple, and that against a really good team like South Africa, that when you do that, you're gonna be on the back foot, and we were a few times.
Final question for you, I was going to say, were you proud of the way they defended? Goal line defence was exceptional at times, and for having made the point about one instance in the game, also to make the point about people made good reads, they were physically aggressive, they got up, they saw opportunities, and they put pressure, which led to turnovers.
Yeah, it's huge when you get into your 22, closer to your goal line. We have a brilliant maul defence plan, and the way that Paulie and Foggs put that and the scrum defence together, but then it's that ability to work hard for each other and not give up any ground, and that was a real credit to the lads who defended a number of times in the 22 when it didn't look like South Africa were going to get a score, and we got a couple of turnovers on the back of it. So yeah, there's some real positives that we took from the game. Plenty of things that we felt that we did well, but there was also plenty that we know we can be better at, and be the proper Irish team and performance this weekend.
So last 3 questions. Murray, Rory,
Sorry to bring up the refereeing match review, but just a couple on that. And he said afterwards you were going to go down to correct avenues. Have you done that? Have you got satisfactory feedback?
We've got feedback, yeah.
Not satisfactory.
I'd say we've gone through the right process, and we've had opportunity to get feedback and put our case forward, and I think South Africa have done the same, so that's no different. And I think we now believe that we'll make sure that this weekend there's no ambiguity around. You know, there's always going to be decisions which you don't agree with, and referees have a incredibly tough job, especially nowadays at the breakdown. There's so much going on, but we just want to make sure that the clear and obvious is picked up and it's refereed. And if it means, it sounds bad, if it means that a side has to concede 15, 20 penalties, it's because those indiscretions are there and clear and obvious. You know, if a side concedes 5, it's because they've been disciplined. So, and we're no different. You know, we want to make sure that we're giving the referee good pictures, and the TMO and his assistants, and we want to make sure on the other side of that we're getting real clear comms and decisions on the back of it.
And just on Caelan, when he took over the captaincy, it seemed that him and Luke Pearce, or rather Luke Pearce immediately an issue with it. The communication was quite confrontational, I would describe it as. Is that a concern? Did you get any feedback on that?
We thought that Caelan handled himself incredibly well, and he had has the responsibility to ask questions. He's just got to, I guess, doing it at the correct time, making sure that we give the referees a little bit of space to make those decisions. They need to work as a team of 4. You know, sometimes that maybe didn't happen in the game. In order to gain those correct decisions, whichever way they go. And we believe Caelan was well within his rights to ask some of those questions, and he needs to also understand that the referees need a little bit of space to then make those decisions. So yeah, hopefully this weekend there'll be clear lines of communication between captains and Carl and the TMOs and the assistants can work together and make sure the correct decisions are made at the end of it.
Thanks. Last 2 questions here, and then we'll...
Yeah, I just want to know if Bobby Henshaw, if it's okay, the clash with Siaka this week seemed a bit dazed. Was there perhaps a protocol for him to go to for HIA?
Yeah.
Because he seemed a bit dazed.
Yeah, he was. He played on as, and I think there's the system now is the ping and the gum shield, and he had his HIA at half time, and he's gone through his process and protocol to return. So it was probably there was a bit of shock either side of that collision. It was a very big one. So no, he's good to go.
Thanks, Rory.
Ask you about getting your hand on Sam for a period like this. Defence is one of the things people are looking at and thinking that's where you can make the next step. But obviously, there's a lot that is ready. How have you kind of found working with him? How valuable is this time, and how ready do you think that he is, or how close to being ready do you think he is for the next step?
I think he's been great. He's someone's. Lots of things come really naturally to him. More than a lot of players. So he has that advantage over a lot of people. Just some of his passing, his kicking skills. But I think this period would be great for him. But it's also been great for us getting to know him, working with him, understanding him as a person and how he works. And I think the more time that he can have in the 10 jersey. At club level will allow him to build and I think he's he's clearly a special player, isn't he? But like all good players, they've got to be rounded and they've got to be prepared to work hard and we believe that him coming on this trip will give him something to kind of aspire to, and there's an opportunity then early part of the season for him to really go hard at his position in Leinster and then anything's possible. But yeah, he's certainly he's a bright kid who has a huge amount to offer.
Thanks, Simon.
just the win on the lineouts. They seem to stop the ball really well on the weekend. Have you got any plans to kind of improve that?
Yeah, I must say, I think they did a very good job last weekend to stopping the mauls. We know they're a side that haven't conceded any penalty tries against them or penalty mauls against them. So, yeah, for us, probably just the same. Work what works for us. Try to do it better. On the other side, we know they're well, so there must be different plans. So hopefully this weekend we can catch them out of one or two surprising.
Sorry, just to break down as well, I want to talk about how you guys have there must be the vibe right this week.
Yeah, yes, I must say, I think they did a really good job to put Faf and Grant under pressure. I think it's our forward's responsibility to sort it out for them. But we did work hard this week on it, and hopefully we can give them cleaner ball this weekend.
Wat is het wat jij nog wil bereiken samen met die bokken? Regardless, die hele ding van die bokkers, van die partij van jullie is al oor 30. Wat is het wat jullie nog wil bereiken op deze voet?
Ja, ek dink soos Damien gesê het, ek dink elke ou se doel is anderste. Doelwit in die lewe is anderste. Ek dink jy sal as ek dink jy vat dit maar jaar vir jaar. Ek dink ons is nie regtig onderdruk met daai goed nie. Ek dink jy vat dit maar persoonlik soos jy is en as jou lyf dit kan hou dan en jy geniet dit nog, dan moet jy dit doen. As jy voel jy hardloop nog voor in die fiksheid soos Damien sê, dan staan jy 'n groot kans om in die span te wees en ek dink as jy kan speel tot jy gekies word en jy voel jy word bietjie ouer, dan ek dink dit is 'n goeie punt om te besluit. Jy gaan dit nou opgee, maar soos hy gesê het, net my persoonlike view, ek dink dit sal lekker wees om 3 World Cups te speel. En ja, ek dink die belangrikste is jy moet dit net geniet as jy is, want dit kan so vinnig weggevat word. Maar ja, vir my persoonlik, maar vat elke jaar tot dit kom en dan verder.
Ja, ek sien ek het so met gepraat van die ethiek. Ja, dit sal wonderlik wees. Dan net die keermaak by die lyn staan en jullie aan die einde nader die tweede helft julle in die lyn staan en die oor kry en voel dat jullie in die lyn staan en verkoop het
Ja, ek moet sê, ek dink ons het 'n goeie plan gehad. Eerste helfte het ons 'n goeie plan gehad en toe erg julle opkom, toe het ons 'n ander plan gehad en ek dink dit het goed gewerk. Ek dink ons weet hulle is goeie, hulle is een van die beste spanne in die wêreld in lynstaande contesting en goeie, so jy moet lekker planne hê teen hulle en ek dink die belangrikste is vir ons is net om op dieselfde page te wees, op dieselfde bladsy te wees. Elkeen weet wat is sy werk en dan hopelik sal dit goed gaan met ons.
En voel julle met die feit dat julle was ek wonderlike goed as 'n span saam bereik, dan was daar 'n ding van iemand so van julle al sê wat werk. Voel julle dat julle iemand op het en wat
Ja, yes, ek moet sê, ek dink jy kan nie sê ek dink jy kan sê die monkey of the backie, want ek dink Sondag toe hulle opstaan was hulle bietjie seer gewees. Ek dink hulle is seer gewees en ek dink presies hoe ons gevoel het na die World Cup toe ons hulle gespeel het. En dieselfde as die eerste game British en Irish Lions, ons het verloor, ons weet presies hoe dit voel. So hopelik hierdie week en ek glo die ouens is in dieselfde bootjie as wat ons laasweek gewees het. En almal het lyk honger, almal lyk lus en almal lyk vars en ja, hopelik kan ons nie dieselfde positiwiteit uit die game kry wat ons laasweek gekry het.
Jy was 'n toeskouer van ons skram.
Ja.
Soos met jou gedagtes dan as 'n plek gemaak vir die boksport, wat jou gedagtes bereik.
Ja, kruilik hoendervleis as jy daarvan praat, want sulke goed wat vol het, al die harde werk en goeders wat jy deur die week in sit wat uitkom, met Daan wat harde werk deur ons sit en dit is net amazing as jy daai vrugte pluk op die einde van die dag.
Alleen vervlei dat mense is wel nie opgeseer.
Ekskuus?
Is dit dan vervleiend as die span is so sterk dat as al die versproke van nee, man, dis gevaarlik om soveel.
Ag, ja, ek dink coach Rassie is hy's net 'n amazing coach. Ek dink David sal dieselfde sê. Ek dink hy gaan altyd in met 'n plan en die lekker ding is almal koop in daai plan. Niemand bevraagteken nie, niemand vra nie en ons stiek met die plan en dan sal alles goed gaan.
In the context of the season ahead, how important does Saturday become with you guys opening box for the season?
Yeah, I mean Saturday is going to be very important the way we want to go forward, and it'll obviously give us a lot of confidence going into Portugal next week and then the Rugby Championship afterwards. So, yeah, like Franco just said now, I think they're going to come out firing on Saturday, and I think they're going to try a bit more things to be a bit more expansive. So I think we kept them quite short on this past week in Pretoria. So I think they might go a bit more expansive and throw the ball around a bit. And yeah, I think they really want to get one more win in South Africa like they did in 2016. But yeah, we've had a great week of training, and I know the boys are looking forward to Saturday again, and I know the boys are desperate to have another win.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Let's start by jumping into the rugby this last weekend, and I'm just going to blitz through some of the results and then get your thoughts on them. I mean, the big one, which was on Friday, was Samoa beating Italy. You know, a lot of talk about this Italian team. They managed to win that 33 points to 25. New Zealand, in their first game under Razor, just edging out England 16 points to 15. No one really knows whether it's a bad New Zealand or a good England at the moment. Australia, as mentioned, winning 25 points to 16 versus Wales. South Africa 27-20 to Ireland. Argentina losing to a B/C team, French team, at home, 13 points to 28, and then a massive blowout win for Scotland versus Canada. Julia, I want to start off with your thoughts on that England AB's game, because that could have been historic. I think it would have been England's third ever win, and they had the opportunity to do it again this weekend to get their third ever win. This last weekend was in Dunedin, but what are your thoughts on that game and just the shape of this Razor era and what's happening under Borthwick with England?
Yeah, I think England missed the trick there. I think out of the series, that was the one to take. I mean, them having played a full Six Nations already, and New Zealand really coming off very little rugby since the World Cup, if any. So I think if England were going to take one of the matches in the series, it was going to have to be that one. And I think they've missed the trick. It was interesting to see New Zealand under Razor, the selections he made. Damo at 10, who had a bit of trouble with the old...
What do you think of DMAC there? Yeah, I mean, he almost cost the team at the end there, right? He got buzzed out. Having a kick to win it, or essentially bury the game, take them 4 points up. Doesn't beat the shot clock, but I mean, in general, I think he had a pretty solid game, no?
No, he did. And I think it's going to be very exciting. I think Razor's going to play an exciting brand of rugby. And Damo, if he gets that kicking for posts right, I think is going to slot in there quite nicely, to be honest. So whether we should be scared or what, it's going to be interesting to see what's to come.
Yeah, it's one of those already. I guess time will tell. And I guess one thing that you'll say for England, while they had all the time to prepare in their world, they didn't really know what they were preparing against. You know, Razor, although you've got a lot of, Crusaders, kind of history to work off of and have a good guess. You can see the Crusaders' influence there, and the likes of Sever Reece getting back, getting on the try sheet again. I mean, I can just imagine him being a dominant force in that All Blacks team where he had kind of lost favor under Foster. So, I think it does go to show that this England team has a lot to them. We saw that rush defense. I mean, jeepers, did some of them put in some big hits. Chandler Cunningham South looks absolutely immense. Mario Toje seems to be stepping up. There's a really real physicality that the English are now bringing to their game, and that's it's so obvious to kind of see that from their defense that's come over straight from that book camp. But I want to just move on to your thoughts on the Samoa game and then betting Italy. I mean, Italy, you would feel like after that Six Nations, taking all the momentum out of, they just lost to France again because of a contentious kicking penalty that led to, Paolo Garbisi hitting the post and narrowly not getting that win, blowing out versus Wales. They had a really, really solid campaign there. You would have expected them to have gone away and got the job done versus Samoa, but not to be. Is that just away from home? Is it, or what's happened there? Or is it just the Southern Hemisphere dominance?
Yeah, hugely surprising, that one. I must say, I saw the results originally and I thought potentially I hadn't seen the Italian team that they'd put out. And I thought maybe it was a second side or whatever, but it really was. It was a close to full strength side. And to go down to Samoa, who hasn't necessarily been, front pages.
Since the World Cup.
No, exactly. So very, very surprised with that one. And I mean, the odds were stacked in Italy's favor as well. So I checked those, and it's surprising, I must say. But I'm not sure. They don't play again? I see Italy play Tonga, so they don't have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, those kind of Pacific Island teams come. What feels like a pretty similar approach to the game, very free-flowing, very physical, and it will be a good matchup for the Italians. But they'll have probably had to catch a wake-up and, not resting on their laurels. So it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. I mean, they'll really go back home with their tail between their legs if they are 0 from 2. But let's really dive right into what the listeners want to hear us talk about, and that's the Bokke versus Ireland, 27 points to 20. Just a quick recap on the game. Arendse and Colby doing the business, getting a try apiece. Arendse, just the clinical finisher. Colby, as per usual, chasing lost causes at the end of the game. We've seen a lot more dynamic box now under the attacking shape of Tony Brown. Him quoting that, Damien de Lindy has been their best passer, and all of a sudden he has been passing a lot more. Pieter-Steph du Toit is now, running the ball a lot more, looking like a bit of a Harlem Globetrotter, just flinging the ball left, right, and center, while still being a defense machine. I saw a stat that he completed 20 tackles versus Ireland, which is the fourth time a player has made 20 plus tackles in a match for the Springboks in the last 10 years. And 3 of those 4 times have been Pieter-Steph du Toit. Once versus Argentina in the Rugby Championship 2023, and the last one most recently in the Rugby World Cup final. So back to back, essentially. Oh no, although he actually play that Wales game, so not back to back. And then of course there was a James Lowe, kind of the highs and lows on both ends. Quality finishing, but blunders at the back. And then, a couple calls that might have, not gone Ireland's way, and then finishing off with the penalty try. I want to just get your high level thoughts on the game and what you saw versus what you expected to happen.
For sure. It was quite an interesting game of rugby. I mean, there were so many talking points, many of which you've named. And one of the things that first kind of struck me was the number of performances that swayed from being really, really good to bad, and like kind of back and forward. I mean, you look at someone like Pollard, who had such a good start to the game and kicked really nicely for poles and was banging everything, and then suddenly something switched up, and I had to re-look, and I thought, is that Mani up there? I had to double check.
I've never there was one where he took it. I think it was on the right hand side from like the 10-meter line, and the frame didn't have the whole goalpost. It only had Pollard's from our view, the left hand one. And I was like, it's gone straight through the middle, not knowing that the poles were completely on the wrong side. I mean, we used to a Pollard. I think maybe we've become a little bit accustomed to, a Pollard that just slots 100% of kicks. Turns out he's human.
No, very, very odd. And that's, a lot of the strikes themselves just didn't look proper. So who knows? But another one was obviously James Lowe. You mentioned, and I think he's always in the thick of things for Ireland. He's become such a critical player and someone that's scored so many tries.
He splits decisional,
yeah.
James Lowe. People aren't quite sure what to think of him, both as an individual in public opinion, but also in skill set, right? Is he just, one of those guys that walks in the hat tricks? I'm of the opinion that he's a little bit underrated, and he showed a lot of that, but I think it looks like a bit of his decision making let him down a little bit this last weekend.
Jeepers. I mean, I would almost go to say it was nearing on a disaster class from him. But I mean, then again, I mean, he scores a try, he creates that other try. I mean, he does so much good. But those two moments that, like, the first one, obviously keeping the ball in, whether that was out or not, again is so touch and go. Maybe we'll touch on that a little bit later. But then also one of the massive ones was when Sasha came on and he took the kickoff.
Yeah.
And that kickoff is going to land probably behind the try line. So the chances of it back, yes, it can bounce
on
back.
The line at
but
least,
the chances are, it's going to go dead. Which is going to give them, at that point, they were 5 points behind. They're going to have a scrum on the halfway line. It's almost advantage Ireland at that stage. And for him to just touch the ball there is very odd. I mean, I felt very glad for Sasha, because I mean that could have been a terrible start.
Destroying. Had that
weird game
flipped the game, and they actually got that scrum on the halfway line, being 5 points behind, got the try, scored, won that game. There's everyone's just looking at Sasha, right? You're just looking at him as the inexperienced lighty who's now made this error. And essentially, listen, there's a lot that needs to happen between kicking the ball out the back and Ireland scoring a try, but it's not unbelievable to think that it's there. And just, you can imagine, that momentum type of shift in a error on the field, and Lowe was unfortunately on the wrong side of two huge ones, and both being kind of these touch and go kicks. Pollard, I mean, that you could argue that his team maybe should have been aware that he was going to try that. Does he do that in practice? Has he done that in other games? Was Colby just more switched on? I mean, there was that, obviously, Pollard going for touch with the penalty, and all of a sudden it was just Colby dotting it down. I was like, what the hell's just happened there? And he's obviously tried to throw it back in. I mean, I was surprised even that there was more than one camera angle on it, because it's almost like one of those non-events in the rugby game where everyone switches off and is just really thinking about the line out, right? But it just goes to show what the temperament of the player that is chasing Colby, that he does chase those lost causes, and it's been said a lot. But I mean, they're saying it, and then they're seeing him do it time and time again and making something out of nothing. And that's really what we're talking about when we come to like 1%ers, that he's making, that little bit of magic, and you got to give him that credit. I think the other one from Lowe, it's like there's that 1% chance off the kickoff that Sasha's ball bounces up, and then it's like gets really ugly. But you can see he's thought he was going to leave it, and it's just like that devil on his shoulder just weighed large on him. And he thought, no, I need to go for it last minute. He's fumbled it backwards, tried to get the kick away. And had he got the kick away, he probably would have got decent distance on it. But it's just the indecision is what's essentially let him down there. And
I mean, that leads directly into the penalty try. I mean, we get the scrum, and I mean the bomb squad had been on for like 10 minutes or so, I imagine, with not to great effect. And then, but I think that's the whole thing about the bomb squad, is it's not always necessarily that they're going to come on and the first scrum they're going to absolutely dominate. But it's the fact that as soon as the
still have that energy.
Exactly. When either the opposition starters have fatigued to that level, or their subs have come on, and their subs and our subs just you can't compare. And I mean, I hadn't seen a scrum like that in years. So that was quite something.
I mean, it goes to show how the Springboks have really kind of reframed what a bench is. That the biggest cheer of the night was when the bomb squad came on, all of our subs at once, 6 men at once. I mean, you got to be head in hands if you're an Ireland front rower and you're just seeing those oaks come on. You just know it's done for. And the size, the pure size and physicality of, just look at Achnias Neyman, and you can just have shivers down your spine. And that's a good transition for Achia. And let's talk about that hit on Craig Casey. Some are calling it a cheap shot. Some are calling it a rugby incident. Their previous teammates, obviously, just a bit of a late hit on him post kind of him getting the ball back out from the ruck, and essentially the size and 2+ meter tallness of Achis Neyman against Craig Casey, who is literally half the stature of him, landing on his back and whiplashing his neck and essentially KOing him straight away. You reckon that was a cheap shot, or is he just laying the law? What are your thoughts on that debate?
I actually watched it again today. It popped up in my feed, and it was an interesting one. I'd completely forgotten about their time together at Munster, and that really does kind of add like a whole new element to it. Because at first, when I watched it, I thought he could have been in a little bit of trouble. Maybe that was purely from the result more than the actual action. But I think it was brutal. I mean, it seemed unnecessary, and I'm hesitant to use that word because
it felt like just because you look at the size, it felt like a bully in a playground. Like you're picking 100%. On the little guy for no reason. But then, as you said, the action and the consequence do also still feel quite far removed. Like objectively, Achis Neyman probably does that to every player on the rugby field, and they don't get absolutely smashed. So he's just playing a fair game.
No, I think it's unlucky for Casey himself, just the way that it ended. But yeah, I'm probably leaning towards a little bit more of a rugby incident than cheap shots. But the fact that their teammates also just.
Yeah, well, now soon to be rivals with his move to Leinster. So maybe it was a bit of a future laying of the law to say, listen, we aren't teammates anymore, neither on this field nor in the club rugby scene. Also, a lot of debate that followed that, which was of the Loftus DJ, playing, brutally playing a bunch of songs and everyone getting their phones up during that, people calling it a bit insensitive. I mean, listen, I think it kind of falls into the same bucket as for me, the Rassie song, and it's crowds and it's big atmosphere, and people are there to have a good time, and they are kind of worked up, and you need to work the crowd, you need to keep them entertained. They don't want to just kind of sit. I think they had only started that once he actually had started receiving medical attention. Obviously, had it been worse than it turned out to be, obviously he gave the thumbs up as he was leaving the field, and the DJ did tell the crowd to give him a large ovation as he was doing that. Yes. So it's one of those where it feels insensitive before you see the whole picture. And
I mean, the end story is he's all right, and then it was fantastic to see the thumbs up as he was exiting the field. But just talking about DJs and everything, did you hear the anthem, or have you seen that video of the anthem?
Man, unbelievable! Just like the best peak South Africanness. I mean, I've got goosebumps now just thinking about it. Like the hele weet nie wat ons weet nie. It doesn't get more Springboks than that. Like the tone of this whole series was already set, and whoever is head of production at Loftus, just take a bow. And the lady that sung the anthem, take a bow. Drickus coming out with the UFC belts. Like it would have been shocking had the Irish won that game, just with how much knowing that the Springbok players are motivated by the South African people in that setting in Loftus. It felt like it was impossible. But yeah, that anthem was beautiful.
Special.
Yeah. But I mean, also since that loss, Huli, or I can because I have an Irish passport, but you as a South African citizen can no longer enter Ireland, without a visa, upon entry. So, it looks like it might be getting political. The person who announced it, even mentioning the rugby game and saying how we have, a lot of history, none more than the rugby. Listen, it's probably not a rugby decision, but I definitely think there are a couple of people that are happy about it.
Yeah, it's an interesting old one, but what can you do?
What can you do? Yeah. But I want to get your thoughts on the second game now, because we've already had Dan Sheehan ruled out with an ACL injury. Currie Casey's obviously got his concussion, and the Boks have named their most experienced ever team with 990 caps and an unchanged 23, which feels like it's been the first time ever. What do you think Rusty's thinking here with this unchanged 23? Is there much to look into, or is it just simply, same formula worked last week, it's going to work again this week?
Yeah, I think Rusty from his press conferences has made it quite clear. Almost the time for blooding young players and stuff like that, it's almost come to a temporary end, or maybe it's because of the magnitude of the opposition that we've come against. But he's made it quite clear that he wants to win. He wants to win from now, and he wants to win all games leading up to the next World Cup. More so than I think in the past. The past, there's been such a massive emphasis on trying to get more players or younger players involved and trialing different options and combinations and stuff. But I think now
he's in, and at the expense of results, and he openly said that.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
And he also mentioned a lot of how COVID affected his ability to be able to, kind of bring in that new group, losing a whole year and a half in the build up to the World Cup.
Exactly. And I mean, I saw a quote from him in the newspaper today saying that he was like, until the old heads start dropping the ball and start their level drops, they'll continue to play, because if they're putting on performances like that the Irish game, then there's no real need to make that many changes. So not surprised that we've gone unchanged, and excited to see that group of players playing together again, because again we mustn't forget that before the Welsh game, I mean, we hadn't played any rugby as a national side since the World Cup. Yeah. So every game we play, I think we'll get better. And I mean, you touched on some of their injuries.
Tony Brown influence.
Exactly. So I think we'll continue to grow, we'll continue to get better. So I think that this next test is going to be probably even more exciting, maybe more of a level playing field now that it's being played at sea level. I'm not sure your thoughts. I heard a couple of people saying, why didn't we play it at Ellis Park? What do you think about
Mbombela,
that?
Bruce, send it up to Mbombela. Even PE. I mean, always Durban gets a lot of flack for not having the best record, I feel like, both rugby and cricket at Kingsmead and the Shark Tank. But listen, everyone's saying it's a foregone conclusion and the Boks have won. I don't think that's the case at all. I think this is exactly when rugby teams have seen kind of rest. You look at what happened to South Africa versus England, the massive hype for that France game. It feels just as big of a hype that it was before this first Ireland game. Look what happened to the Bulls versus Glasgow. They were told they were going to walk the final at home to Loftus. At altitude, that did not happen. This Irish team are number 2 in the world for a reason. They are a quality outfit, and there were a couple players that didn't step up. That if they did, I think you take those 2 massive James Lowe errors out of the game, and Joe McCarthy, who's can on their day be their best player, didn't really rock up to the first game, and they still have depth in the category that they're missing the most in scrum off. They're replacing their 2 best scrum offs with someone who has over 100 caps for Ireland. So they have got those injuries, and I'd say the biggest worry is probably in the front row, and whether they can still try compete for 80 minutes there, and they probably just don't have that depth. But otherwise, around the park, I mean, they are matching Springboks number for number still, and it's only going to be better if it's at sea level. So I think it's going to be a fantastic second game, and it's one of those. Ireland are going to be incredibly stoked if it's 1-1. They'll leave with that happy, and if it ends 1-1 for the Boks, they'll be gutted. So there's a lot on the line. It's not a dead rubber by any means.
Yeah, definitely all to play for, and I think that playing at sea level is the massive is a big leveler. So I would really warn people against thinking that it's a foregone conclusion and that we're going to walk it, because I think they're gonna come out strong. I think they're going to be fired up from a dodgy performance from their side in the last game. So regardless of the injuries, I think they're going to be coming hard. I think it's going to make it a great test and a great spectacle.
Absolutely. Huli, the Baby Boks, unfortunately getting knocked out of the tournament we are hosting in a very muddy game against England, and they lost 12 points to 7. As the Baby Boks woes continue. And it's so funny because we are lauded for our school rugby system, but never really doesn't seem like we're ever able to really turn it up at the under 20 level. Do you want to give us a little insight into what you think's gone wrong there?
100%. I think the score was 12-17 to if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 12 all for most of the game, and they scored really late on to make it 12-17. Yeah, it's an interesting one, and I've also seen a lot online. A lot of questions. There's I can't remember his name, but there's someone that's quite prominent on X, the platform, saying, how can we have or claim to have the best schoolboy rugby system if we're not even making the knockout phase of the under 20 World Cup. My understanding of it is that South Africa Rugby used the competition as almost a trial period. They use it to gain an understanding of which players are almost worth investing money in and time into it. So you've got an example of someone like Bruce Sherwood, who was massive at schoolboy level at Bishops and got signed for Western Province early doors. As then had injuries and stuff like that, and there's kind of people have almost started forgetting about him. They gave him this opportunity, and he potentially hasn't taken it. So what you'll probably find is that people like him. Another one is Kun. I don't think he put his hand up, and I think that's very much what SA Rugby uses it. Is we use it as this trial period to really gain an understanding and give feedback to the unions. Like, is this guy worth investing in? So yeah, I'm not. I would advise people against losing their heads and about the whole system and blaming this person and that person for it, because I do think we mustn't forget that we are world champions. We were world champions in 2019. For the last 8 years, we've been last two World Cups.
It seems to be coming right by the time they get to senior level, right?
Exactly. The system works. So I just don't think we should be losing our heads at the results. Of course, disappointing, but I don't think we should be losing our heads.
Yeah, no, it won't lose sleep over it. Obviously, you want to see all levels kind of do well, because it's exciting being able to watch these players. But yeah, 2 losses to Argentina and England, unfortunately, means we're out of that run.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And breaking news, a total of 9 players have officially been released from the Springbok squad ahead of the second test against Ireland. These players have been released back to their unions and will get an opportunity to play some Currie Cup action this weekend ahead of the game against Portugal. They will then rejoin the squad in Bloemfontein on Monday, where they will be eligible for selection next weekend, and a lot of them probably will be playing against Portugal. Rusty Erasmus indicating that he wants to see these players basically get some game time. Instead of spending a sort of a day on the sidelines and watching the Springboks sort of go through their motions, would rather have them back at the unions playing some game time, getting them nice and fresh so they can come into the Portugal game next weekend with that game time under their belt. Before we get into exactly who the players are, as well as maybe some indication of some of the players who will start next week or play against Portugal next week, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, here are the players that have departed the squad and will rejoin the box on Sunday. Trevor Nyakane, Marcus Pimpi, Edel van der Merwe, Andre Esterhuizen, Lekanya BITDEFENDER are all the players who are currently capped, who have already been capped, and go back to their unions, whilst the uncapped players include Jan-Hendrik Wessels, Pepsi Buthelezi, and Morne van den Berg. Massive for the Sharks, for example, who have named Andre Esterhuizen in their starting lineup, Pepsi Buthelezi in their starting lineup, Trevor Nyakane in their starting lineup, BITDEFENDER in their starting lineup, for example. So it's a massive boost for the Sharks ahead of for their game against the Griquas. I think the Griquas will probably be a bit upset given the fact that they would have been banking on a bit of a second string Sharks side, and now they're going to have double World Cup winners in that squad. But it's really good from a Bok perspective, I think, to get that game time. I think Morne van den Berg, Edel van der Merwe obviously have been told. So basically what happened is Rassie Erasmus, the coach staff phoned the coaches of the unions and said, listen, if we release these guys back to the unions, are you going to give them game time? And the unions all said yes. Like, we'll if you give them, send them back to us, we will play them. For example, they will get a chance. And as a result, we are going to see Morne van den Berg, Edel van der Merwe playing for the Lions. Sounds like we'll see Hendrik Wessels as well play for the Bulls. We're still awaiting those official team lists from those unions, but we expect to see all those players in action. And then they return to the box. So speaking about it, Rassie Erasmus said the following. He said, we have a big squad at the moment, and as valuable as it is to have so many players at training, it's important that we keep the players match fit. Playing in the Currie Cup is ideal since we are locally based and the players are only a flight away. We finished the groundwork for Saturday's test on Wednesday with the entire squad, and we only have the captain's run left on Friday, so it makes sense to send some players to their unions to play some rugby. This will not only keep them sharp as individuals, it will also assist our cause if we do well against Ireland this week and decide to mix things up in terms of team selection against Portugal. We could lose to Ireland, I think 15-0 this weekend. We're still going to mix things up against Portugal. Speaking of some of the players in the squad, for example, Rassie Erasmus said, some of the players played against Wales at Twickenham, and I'm sure they're excited to get back onto the field in a proper match before joining us again on Sunday. While the other players haven't played rugby in a few weeks, although they have trained hard and with intent for us. He said, the reality is that there is no substitute for real game time. We know they'll return even sharper, and hopefully we can give many of them a chance against Portugal. He said, building depth has been one of our key pillars since 2018. And as I've said, we are building towards 2027. So it's important that we give a few of the young players a chance to prove themselves at top international level. Yeah, I think you go through that list, for example, and I think you're going to see all of them involved against Portugal. I think that we'll see Morne van den Berg potentially coming off the bench next weekend. I think you'll see an Edel van der Merwe, Marcus Pimpi probably starting as the two wings. I'm sure Andre Esterhuizen is going to get another start at inside centre. I foresee Trevor Nyakane getting potentially a start at tight head. Could even get a start at loose head. If not, it'll be coming off the bench in those positions. I think Pepsi Buthelezi will make his debut next weekend as well. I'm not sure we'll see Jan-Hendrik Wessels next weekend. I think we might see Jan Krobelo start. We might see, for example, Jan-Hendrik Wessels coming off the bench, but I think that Malcolm Marx probably leads the game time, so I think he'll sort of remain around. But anyway, we will be doing a predicted team it will come out on Monday. So lots and lots of content coming over the next few days. And next week's going to be a very interesting week because we are going to see debuts. We are going to see a rotated side. Rassie Erasmus already indicating that we're going to see a different 10 next weekend from Andre Pollard. So whether that means Mike Liebach's going to start, whether that means that Sacha Van Zulu's going to come in and start, whether they're going to suddenly call up a Sia Masuku or Jordan Hendrickson back into the mix. We'll have to wait and see. I personally think it'll be Mike Liebach, who is the official second choice, number 10 in the squad. But yeah, let me know what you think. Obviously, I think there's no downside really to these players going back and playing a bit of Currie Cup. I think the only frustration will probably be some of the teams that playing against. Obviously, the likes of the Lions are only getting two players, pretty big two players, and the Bulls only getting one player. But for the Sharks, it is quite a big boost to have those kind of players back in. But at the end of the day, it makes the Currie Cup stronger this weekend. Hopefully, we might see a bit of that as well moving forward. Even between with the group that doesn't go to Australia, for example. So if the likes of Morne van den Berg's not going to Australia, then he can drop back in and play a bit of rugby at Currie Cup level, or have a bit of time off, for example, because obviously some of these players do have to go into that sort of mandatory rest period. But yeah, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And today we're going to be looking at a bit of an interesting one. And that is, why do some Springboks almost sort of seem to achieve a whole different level of performance when they put on the green and gold compared to when they play for their clubs? Do Springboks reserve their best performances for their country? What is it that sort of changes them from the club performance they've had, where some players, for example, like a Siya Kolisi, who's struggled with form when it comes to club rugby, but all of a sudden he puts on a Springbok jersey and he just takes it up a different level. And over the weekend, we saw one of the all-time great Siya Kolisi performances on the back of comments from the wrestling owner talking about the fact that he was overweight, and the fact and the very comments transparency, Kolisi was bulldozing his way over several Irish players last weekend, and reminding everybody just how good of a rugby player he really is. So we're going to be looking at that. What is it about some of these players? And it's quite a nuanced issue, I think. And before we look into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, let me start off by saying I don't think there is a single player in that Springbok environment that goes back to their clubs or their unions and specifically sort of holds back and doesn't want to give their all for their clubs. That's not the type of players or people they are, really. It's very much the attitude of, that kind of do or die, give every last, bit of themselves. That's what gets them into the Springbok environment. That's what keeps them in the Springbok environment. You look at like a Cheslin Colby and the work rate he brings. He's one of the best players in the world anyway. And then he brings that work rate, which just takes it to a whole different level. And so let's sort of start off by saying, Siya Kolisi is definitely not sort of sitting there not caring about playing for wrestling and not wanting to be, one of wrestling's best players. And I think also what was quite interesting is we've got to sort of judge them from a very fair lens. The problem is we look at sort of our international players, and you always expect them to be like the best players on the field when they play at club level. And I think, especially when you look at the top 14 or when you play like Champions Cup or Challenge Cup rugby, the standard's really high. And, there are going to be games where they might not be the best player on the field. And that's kind of quite natural. But there's no doubt that certain players just do seem to be a different type of animal when they play for the Springboks. Now, I think this is quite an interesting issue because I think there's lots of different factors which factor into it. So if we take, for example, the Siya Kolisi situation. Now, this is a player who, after sort of COVID and stuff like that, made his move to the Sharks. And if we're going to be brutally honest, never really lit the world on fire whilst in a Sharks jersey. And I think there's quite a combination of reasons for that. I think that, first of all, I think it was a Sharks environment and a Sharks team which wasn't necessarily hitting its straps. We saw how their struggles, culminated in this awful URC season that they've just had. And I think that they still had those kind of issues. And he then went over to wrestling, and he played a reasonable amount this past season. I mean, he managed 1,300 minutes, so it's not like he was a bit part player. Even Etzebeth has been criticised previously when he was over in France, saying that we signed this player and he's never available. Siya Kolisi's played a lot of rugby for wrestling, and almost too much rugby. An interesting thing that he himself said, that usually when he plays for Springboks, he plays about 50 to 55 minutes. He goes and he empties the tank. When he's playing for wrestling this season, he has averaged 73 minutes. And he even made mention of the fact that he's been having to play full 80s, which he just traditionally hasn't always done. And he's had to adapt to that. And he said he's gotten a bit fitter, but he said, it's changed his game a little bit, because the way the box will work is that they sort of tell, especially their pack, go and empty that tank. Go and be absolutely flat out for 40 minutes, 45, 50 minutes. Don't worry about trying to last the 80. Don't worry about conserving energy here and there, maybe jogging back to a ruck or whatever. You go and you empty that tank. As soon as we see that it's empty, we'll pull you off. Give us your all. And I think it is a bit of a different attitude to when you're playing a full 80, and you have to kind of manage yourself so that you're not, a passenger in that final sort of 10 minutes. I also think it's very, very simple. When you look at certain players, environment makes such a big difference. Kolisi's spoken about the fact that, he had to adjust when he went over to Paris. Players who have been homesick, players who have really struggled leaving South Africa, trying to adapt to a new environment, language issues, for example, in a different sort of player environment. When you compare to when you come back to a Springbok environment, which if you've ever been around, is so conducive to being your best self. And I think when you're comfortable, when you're in a good mood, you've got family around you, that's a very, very important thing. For example, on Fridays, all the families often join the team in the team hotel, for example, and there's a really relaxed mood. You then go in and play in front of a Loftus or a Durban or an Ellis Park, for example. You've got 70, 80,000 people that absolutely adore you. Every sort of aspect of that environment is geared towards getting the best out of you. And this is where I think some players respond to the big occasions. I mean, Siya Kolisi, you watch him running out for the Springboks, leading out the way when he sprints out. he's a different player. You can just see this is what he lives for. He lives for Springbok rugby. And that's a completely different environment for when you're playing week on, week off in sort of progressing. So it's a very interesting sort of situation where you look at some of these players and, you know, this is why people are talking about is signing a Springbok player, for example, in inverted commas, a bad environment. So Archie Snyman is somebody who's come under a bit of criticism for the fact that if you go back and look at last season, he played 313 minutes for Munster. Since the end of the URC season, last season from August, he has gone on to play, I'm not going to lie to you, 373 minutes for the Springboks. If we take away his, and didn't play against Wales, so we take away his 31 minutes, he played 300 and almost about 320 minutes just between those build-up to the World Cup and during the World Cup. I mean, even during the World Cup, he played 228 minutes. So, you know, he's a player that just hasn't been available for Munster. This season's been a lot better for Munster. You know, you can't sit there and say that he hasn't been involved. You know, he was obviously away for the beginning of the season when he was still getting back from the World Cup and was injured. So he only returned in February this year. But since then, played consistently. He played, you know, round 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 for Munster. He played in the URC quarterfinals as well as the semi-finals. He did play for Munster 521 minutes this season. So he has been available and he has played those games. But, you know, that's been a very frustrating thing. You know, we always seem to be available for the Springboks, but not for Munster. And I don't think it's entirely, I think it has been quite by accident. You know, I don't think it's been deliberate, but, you know, it's just that the injuries have kind of aligned. But there's a certain amount, I think there's a certain amount that you're not going to sit there trying to ration yourself back for the end of your club season when you've got a World Cup looking at you. You know, you are going to try and make sure you take every single step to make sure that you are ready for your country. You also look at Andre Pollard, for example, and, you know, when he was playing for Montpellier, he was playing 50% of his games off the bench and wasn't a regular starter for Montpellier when he was there. Even in his first season, which was, you know, his better season, only played sort of 67% of the games starting. And he went from that to then playing full 80s for the Springboks in a time where, you know, we hammered New Zealand at Mbombela, for example. And that's kind of, you know, again, you know, a player who doesn't really matter what he's been doing, you know, domestically. Put him in a Bok jersey in the right environment, and he kind of always sort of steps up. So it's an interesting one, isn't it? You know, Etzebeth, for example, as well, you know, was somebody that people deemed a bad signing when he was in France, a different player when he's over here. And it's a bit different to players like a Jasper Wiese, for example, and Andre Esterhuizen, who continue to light up, you know, the Premiership at the clubs, and then not always be able to do the same thing in a Springbok jersey compared. And obviously, I mean, Esterhuizen is competing with Damien Delendi, one of the best inside centers of all time for the Boks. But I think the main thing is it's more a reflection of how good the Springbok environment is versus to how bad other environments are. But it goes to show you that in order to get the best out of players, you've got to create an environment that lends itself to getting the best out of them as a person and then as a player. And I think that's, for example, where the Lions have done things very well this season. When you look at the player group that they've got, and it's not anywhere near the player group of the other three unions, but I think there has been an environment, I think within the team itself, the team culture, the actual union is a bit of a joke and a bit of a mess. But I think within the team, there's a bit of a culture there which lends itself towards getting every single last sort of inch or every last bit of talent out of these players, which is why they have overperformed, really. You know, missed out on a playoff on a technicality and, you know, finished way ahead of the Sharks despite not having those players. So I think it's an interesting thing. You know, for example, you look at unions. I think Stormers got that very much right under John Dobson, where they've created an environment to, you know, to really promote players who are discarded by other unions. Umani Leeboks, for example, who went from Bulls to Sharks, was a bit part player, and now he's a World Cup winner. And it goes to show that if you want these players to perform at the highest level, you've got to create that environment. And it's almost a bit of a word of caution. If you go and sign players, you know, and that are doing really well in other leagues, you've got to understand what makes them tick, why they're performing so well in that team, and how do you replicate that kind of environment? How do you, you know, solve those issues when they go overseas? Because you can't just, you know, we've evidently seen it. You're not just, you know, picking a player, plucking him out of a team, putting him in another team and expecting him to be the same level, because that's just not the case. Let me know what you think. Are there other factors, for example? You know, is this one of those things where, you know, maybe signing a Springbok for an overseas team isn't the best decision? I mean, we've seen a lot of these players have been tremendously successful. Ches and Colby was phenomenal when he was over in France. Peter Steph, Latoya, Jesse Creel, Kwaka Smith, Malcolm Marks, they've all been fantastic in Japan, for example. So So yeah, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And 2 days out from the second test between Ireland and South Africa, Andy Farrell has officially named his lineup for the second test, and some big omissions. Peter O'Mahony, the captain, is dropped down to the bench. As a result, number 8, Caelan Doris, will captain the side on Saturday, which will also not feature Bundee Aki. After going down the first test, obviously a lot to prove here for Ireland, who believe they can still win the series in inverted commas. Simon, assistant coach yesterday, Simon Easterby, talking about the fact that if they were to win by 7 points, would that mean that they might have won the series? What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. But let's go through the side, shall we? In the front row, no changes in there. So Andrew Porter, Tyg Furlong in the 2 props, but a change in hooker for Ronan Kelleher, who comes in for the injured Dan Sheehan. In the second row, also a change. James Ryan starts, which sees Tyg Byrne shift to the flank, and he starts next to Joe McCarthy. Tyg Byrne joins Josh van der Fleer and Caelan Doris in the back row. So a couple of changes to the pack. It is a bigger pack, I think. Ronan Kelleher, to be fair, whilst he's coming in for the injured Dan Sheehan, I think wouldn't be a bad player to be actually having against the Boks. Did concede a couple of penalties last week, but brings a good physical presence about him. James Ryan coming to the side as well, adds a bit of bulk with Tyg Byrne replacing Peter O'Mahony on the side. So it's an interesting decision in the pack. It is definitely a bigger pack, definitely trying to be a bit more physical this weekend, try and sort of nullify that monster pack that the Boks do have, in inverted commas, because I say inverted commas very specifically because we talk about the monster pack and how big the Springboks are, but man for man, they actually generally have been lighter than Ireland, and most of the packs actually come up against in the past few games. But there's that sort of whole idea of physicality there. So Ireland definitely going with a bigger pack and looking to try and get that sort of ascendancy come scrum time, especially, which was a very interesting aspect of the game. If we look at the back row, Conor Murray comes in for the injured Craig Casey. He'll partner Jack Crowley. There's also a change in the midfield. Gary Ringrose starts next to Robbie Henshaw. No Bundee Aki in the 23. It doesn't mention any injuries there, so we'll try and confirm that with Andy Farrell a bit later. The back 3, however, is unchanged. So Jamie Osborne will get his second appearance at fullback. Calvin Nash and James Lowe, the 2 wings. Off the bench, it will be Rob Herring, Cian Healy and Finlay Beelum, the replacement front row. You've then got Ryan Baird, Peter O'Mahony, Cannon Blade comes in, Kieran Frawley and Stuart McCloskey as well gets an opportunity in that number 23 jersey. It's a good Irish side and some very interesting changes. Whether it'll change the way they play, very unlikely. They kind of have their sort of DNA and they don't really tend to move away from it. But definitely some significant change with regards to the type of players they've got that will try and execute this game plan. They've had now a week to have a look at that Springbok side. It is an unchanged Springbok 23, so nothing much that the Irish will need to look at in terms of any surprises from the Boks. The question is, can they change things up? Can they get over the line? And can they level the series on Saturday? Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Good, thanks. To start with, I might ask about Bundee Aki. We kind of heard he picked up a knock last Saturday. Was it injury related, and if so, how close was he to making it this week?
Yeah, it is injury related. He's a bang on his shoulder that he was brave enough to go through the last 20 minutes of the game. That's what he does for his team. You know, he'll fight when he has to, but unfortunately, really saw at the beginning of the week, a little bit shut down, etc., and would have been a risk. But also with the quality of backup centres that we've got, we have to do the right thing by the team, and Bundee understands that.
One of the other changes then, Tyg Byrne in the background, James Ryan into the second row. On Tyg in the back row, it's something you've tried previously, the first game of the Rugby World Cup. What are you hoping to see from it? What is the thinking behind it for this weekend's game?
Well, I mean, you can talk about Tyg or Pete going to the bench, but what people are failing at this moment in time to talk about is James Ryan has been a starter for us for years and years and been a real leader within our side, and he's not happy sitting on the bench neither, and we've seen some real guts and fight and determination to want to get his starting place back. So he's I thought he had a great impact off the bench last week, and how he's trained throughout this tour so far shows that he's hungry. So we're hoping to get something from him, and also we know that Tyke Byrne's a world-class player no matter what position he plays in.
And then also Caelan Doris as captain this week. It's something that's going to come up during the week around his communication with Luke Pearce last week, and there's obviously been he's spoken about it as well this season, about how it's been a work in progress for him stepping up to captaincy and dealing with that. Are you fully confident in his ability to work with the referees and the officials on the day?
I'm more than fully confident. I thought he was excellent at the weekend. I think first and foremost, he leads from the front. I mean, he's in outstanding form. His performance last week, never mind the leadership or the captaincy bit, he was outstanding. So that's, be the best version of yourself. That's the best form of leadership. But also, he's a calming influence. He's bright. The questions that he's going to the referees with are the right ones. His manner is very good as well. I'm sure as Caelan goes through his leadership roles, and hopefully there'll be many more as far as captaincy is concerned. Albeit he is still in that infancy, isn't he? As far as trying to get some more experience there. Hence why he's got this opportunity. But he'll continue to earn respect from himself as a captain, as a leader, but more so in the eyes of the referees as well.
And Robbie came off, I think, with a head injury.
Yeah.
What was the timeline of him being available to play this game? Did he fail HIA?
No, he didn't. His HIA, his concussion not confirmed. So he went through the protocols 2 and 3, flying colours, no concussion confirmed. So he's not missed any training this week.
So he had to come off.
It's the pings on the gum shield, yeah, and therefore the ruling at this moment in time, the pings on the gum shield, if it's before half time, you have to get a HIA at half time, and as we know, it's a tough old process to go through.
What was, if you had a conversation with Peter, what was that like? Obviously, you're captain again for this campaign. What was the chat like?
Very easy, because of how he is as a person, and you don't expect those conversations to be easy. But don't get me wrong, now he's not accepting and he's not happy, obviously, but he does the right thing for the team, and that's at the forefront of his mind constantly, and that's proper leadership. He understands that we want to have a look in this direction to see how it goes. He's the captain of this tour, and I suppose it shows the mark of the man, how you lead after a little bit of disappointment of how you carry on being yourself or not. And Pete's on the bench for a reason. He makes people feel good. It's right when he's there, his presence and leading, and that has been so evident over the last couple of days. So he couldn't have done a better job in that regard.
Andy, so the Boks used quite a clever substitution strategy.
We've seen that before.
Yeah. Obviously it gave him momentum. I think that's the general consensus, even though you guys scored a couple of great tries as well.
Yeah.
But do you have a specific tactic in mind to deal with that?
Yeah, stop it, please.
Sorry?
Stop it, please. Yeah, scrum harder. Look, I mean, you look at the strength in depth that they've got and the quality that they've got coming off the bench. I mean, it says everything where South Africa are at this moment in time. I've heard you guys and many experts as well talk about whether this is the best South African group that they've ever had. Well, I certainly go along with that type of feel myself. Hence why we're privileged to be able to come over here and test ourselves.
Sorry, just the last couple of questions for the live section and the environmental section before heading.
On the other hand, it's also a game of extremely small margins.
Yes.
Centimetres to So how would you get on the right side of those margins? What do you think you need to do? Which areas do you think you need to step up in?
Quite a bit, actually. I mean, I've no doubt it was a great game to watch and exciting, a bit chaotic at times. There was a lot going on, decisions-wise or lack of them, and all the talk's been of that as well. But that was a proper test match, and I get all that. But when we strip it back from our side, we're disappointed enough, especially like I said about our first half performance. It wasn't us doing things properly, and it might not seem like that to everyone, but to us it was. So therefore, we need to improve. We need to commit and be better than we was. I've no doubt South Africa are going to be twice as good this weekend, and so hence why we need to move pretty quickly this week as far as the honesty of where we're at and what we need to do going forward.
Okay, last question for the live section. Yeah, great.
Sorry, and on that game, if we go back to the World Cup game, I think a lot of people thought it was a great game in terms of the how accurate it was, how technical it was, how well both sides played. How much of a level down do you think last week was in those aspects, not in sort of...
Yeah, I think it was down. Yeah, certainly from our point of view. I think South Africa played outstandingly well in that game as well. Is that a bounce of a ball or a refereeing decision or whatever it may be? It just goes to show that's what we keep producing at this moment in time. But I suppose for both teams, if we don't get to be at our best, then one side is definitely capable of running away with these type of games as well.
Thanks. Just last question for this section.
Do you feel that you guys had a chance of salvaging this series? I mean, you went to All Blacks in 2022 and then won a series there, but of course now it's just one game left. But do you feel like you've got a chance that you can salvage it and get maybe one?
Do you think we've got a chance?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. It's nice to turn it around sometimes. I want to know what you think.
Yeah, like I'm saying, because
you think we've no chance, don't you?
Like you can see the intention from South Africa that they really want to give you guys a very good game and then win the series.
It's big for South Africa. I get that. It's a 2-game series. Is it a series? 2-game series? I don't know. They're normally 3. But it's our last chance to have a crack at what is the best side in the world at this moment in time, and we relish that opportunity. I think when you put on a green shirt, you've always got a chance.
Okay, that's it for the online.
write off Peter O'Mahony based on this?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he's a determined type bloke, always there to try and prove a point. And you know what it's like with the game now. We just talked about the Springboks bench, etc. What he'll bring for us is something very important. Not just the leadership part, but the know-how and the determination that he'll have in himself to prove a point.
Were you tempted to make any more changes or bring any of the new faces that you brought along in, or is the development they've got behind the scenes enough for them?
A little bit of both, to and fro at the beginning of the week, just because of the state of play with everyone really. You know, there's absolutely no doubt if people were 80% and we had people 100, then 100% we make the change. But guys have pulled up really well on the back of what was a tough test match for us as far as injuries were concerned. So we're happy with that. But yeah, to answer your question about the young guys or the new guys in the team, in my opinion, you should only put them in when they're good and ready. The experience that they've had coming out here, and the chats that they've had with the coaches, the feedback from the training sessions, how we do things, how you plan to move on with them in the future has been absolutely priceless.
I know it's hard to go big picture on even a big test match, but you said Six Nations was a continuation of what you did at the World Cup. At any point, is there going to be a pivot towards the future, or is it always going to be that kind of continuation? And where do you feel the team's development is at compared to maybe where you were in Marseille and at the World Cup?
Well, Marseille was pretty good, and hopefully this game's going to be pretty good as well. Look, to me, we love winning, and winning matters. I just want to see a performance that we're proud of at the weekend, more so than last week. You know, I can sit comfortably with that because of where we're going as a team, the development. But I do think if you get the performance that we're after, we're more than capable of winning. I think the evolution of a side, it becomes obvious. You know, you talk about those guys who could have been given a chance, but you know the opportunity they've had to come on tour, to know that they're in the frame, etc. It's now up to them. Hopefully, their appetite is where it should be for the pre-season, for the start of the season. And like I always say to you, and I say to the players constantly, especially those guys that you talk about, selection's up to them, not up to me. They've got to prove a point to be able to show that they're worthy of that space, because others are not going to give it away lightly.
Peter. Andy, it's Jack Crowley's 7th start. How do you assess his progress since he stepped into the hot seat?
Like you would expect it. I mean, he's a quality player, Jack, and his strength is he's able to stay focused when the chaos is all around him, and also when things are not going quite the way that you would hope that they're going to go, because that's Test match rugby. So as far as his 7-game progress is concerned, I mean, you would admit that he's played some really promising games for us, but it's the ones that he's learning from the most, and I've no doubt he learned a lot from last week of how to control the game, how to have authority on the game, etc. And I suppose that's the step in everyone's progress, really, when you're looking at such a young international career so far.
Thanks. John?
And the first test, second test in New Zealand, quarter-final to Matchday in the Six Nations, the performance was stepped up on each occasion. Do you sense that, or do you get a sense of that resolve?
I do, but you know what it's like. It's I mean, I hear some people say, "Wow, that was a brilliant warm-up," and I've had terrible performances. I've heard people say that was a terrible performance, and we've had some brilliant performances. You know, we actually trained unbelievably well last Wednesday, and and Friday within the captain's run, we looked sharp, hungry. That's what I was disappointed with, how we didn't transfer to what we expect of ourselves. We've trained well again this week, and there's an appetite there, and there's a little bit of a spark in the right, but it's got to translate on the day. It matters on Saturday at 5 o'clock, and the opposition will have a say in that as well.
There was kind of a couple of areas that you'd like to see improved, what would they be on Saturday? Without going into
Plenty, honestly. The coals are going to go out in the barbecue in a second if we kept talking about where we're at from last week. I thought we were passive a little bit in most areas. I mean, you could put that to attack, defence, breakdown, set piece, all of that, you know. Just some real intent in what we're trying to do, and we've certainly seen that in training this week.
The final couple of questions, Murray.
Like, you're very honest about the performance, and I agree with you. It seems like a dip off. Like, it's such an experienced group who are remarkably consistent. Really, are you very blunt with them? Are they so experienced that you don't really need to do that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Sometimes I'm not. It's just a feel of how you feel the group is, etc. You know. But they're very good at wanting honest feedback, because if you don't give honest feedback, Murray, in my opinion, you don't care, you know, or people think that it's acceptable, and all of a sudden, if you're accepting something, then that's your 100%, and it's not the case. We're after better than that, so everyone agrees, and we move on and see what we've got.
Gary said yesterday that you have a phrase, I hope I'm not misquoting, that the next game is the biggest game in Irish rugby history.
Well, it is, yeah.
Why is that the case this week?
Because we're playing against the world number one at home. After we've lost a game, we don't tend to lose two in the bounce very much. We need to take responsibility for that.
Last question.
Coach Andy, have you spoken to James Law? I mean, he had...
Have I spoken to him? No. No, he's been sent to his room and I've not spoken to him all week.
In terms of the headspace, how is he going to this game? And also,
his headspace? I don't know. I don't want to go there, actually.
And then also we saw there were so many emotions in that game. How are you going to keep that in check? Because some team, whenever that rises, then they can take advantage of that. How are you going to ensure that that doesn't happen? The emotion, the part where... Because
well, I'm sure that South Africa would look at some of the stuff that James Laws did as well, making sure that some of the good stuff that he did doesn't happen again as well, you know. So I think a mixed bag is an understatement, really. The sublime to the ridiculous, but you know, the glaring error was the one from the kick-off, obviously, and he doesn't need telling about that. He's not 3 years of age, you know. He understands that, but how we set up Jamie for his first try on his first cap was the real James Law. How we finished the try that wasn't a try was quite remarkable, really. So we know what he's about as a talent.
Sorry, just very quickly, Rory, last question.
Andy, can I just ask you, how are Dan Sheehan and Craig Casey?
Craig's like a bird with a sore head, not because of the concussion, because he's out of the test, obviously. He played well, didn't he? And he'd be disappointed to not have a chance to back that up. But he's in good spirits, and Dan's exactly the same. Yeah, he's a serious enough injury there, but both of them were desperate to stay on with the team. We'd do the right thing by the player first and foremost if they wanted to go home, but they want to stay with the team, and they're adding to how we are as a group, and it's great to see that everyone's rallying around them both as well, you know, and supporting them.
Thanks everyone.
Cheers.
Gary, you've got 2 games under your belt now after that stuttering season with injury. Do you feel now that you're kind of like fully back, match fit, ready to go for everything?
Yeah, I think like even when coming back, you don't have no excuses. especially how we train at Leinster and in Ireland. I know the other provinces are the same with how they train. That if you get a couple of weeks run of training, it shouldn't be an excuse to get back match fit. So I guess I never would have had that excuse coming into the end of the season with Leinster and this. But yeah, it's been great to 2 losses, so I can't say they've been good experiences at the end of the day, but it's always a privilege getting back playing, and when you are injured, appreciate how lucky an opportunity is to get.
You obviously came out at half time on Saturday and made an impact. Were you kind of like a coiled spring ready to go, waiting for the ball?
We trained and challenged all week, and I covered the back 3 and centre stuff. It's like Faz would challenge the whole bench and even the guys that are out there to know your stuff, so it's having that challenge put to us is always good, because you kind of have a good feel for the game. You're looking at it from more than one perspective. So when got the call to come on at half time, I was ready to go at 13 and excited to get out there and play in a big game.
What were the positives you took from Saturday that gives you the belief now that you can go on and level the series this weekend?
It's tough when you lose. You don't take many positives, but I guess the opportunities that we potentially did create maybe didn't take. I think there's another level in how we can play. I credit to them how strong they are on defence and the pressure they put you under, and then equally on attack they have really good variety. So it's to, I guess, having faced it once, no doubt they're trying to level up again, and there's areas of their game we'll try and level up, and equally then we'll try and do the same thing. So the positives, I guess, is having an opportunity to go again, and knowing that I think we can be better, and the challenges will be to improve on wherever they improve on as well.
And just finally for me then, Dale Ende and Creel, they're going again this weekend in the centre. What is it about those players? Like, what are their special talents? What are the things they're bringing to the South African team?
But they've great cohesion when they play together. Damien's an unbelievably good ball player, passing ability off both hands, kicking ability as well with attacking kicks, and that's before mentioning his ability to carry. And then you have Jesse Creel, who on defence gets through a crazy amount of work and chases every chance, chases every scrap, and he's kind of a cornerstone of their defence. Even on Colby's try, you can see he's chasing up the inside as well. So it wasn't just a once-off bit of moment from Colby, it was him chasing the chance too. And then on attack, his pace and ability to take on the line as well is tough to deal with. So we'll have our work cut out for us this week.
Thanks. Rory then.
Currie, that holding moment, is that just kind of a reminder of what's expected, what should be expected at international level for a guy who's won 2 World Cups, done everything in the game, he's still hunting the way as if it was a World Cup final? Is that just a reminder to the young lads that this is what it takes to be a top quality international and make moments happen in big games?
Yeah, I think so. Like, taking a step back from all of it it's a lesson for young and old, everyone, that he's obviously unbelievably talented, but that's kind of a zero talent moment from him. It doesn't require skill, it just requires work rate, which he has in abundance, and then creates the opportunity for himself. So yeah, definitely I think anyone can take a lesson from that.
What's kind of this week been like in terms of, like, you don't lose often in this group, but Andy seemed pretty disappointed on Saturday night. Like, has it been kind of down? Has it been trying to, like, how have you kind of assessed and kind of used last week to try and motivate yourselves for this week?
Yeah, it's like, as in, there's no egos in the group, and why we say it's a special group, and we all feel privileged to be a part of it, that everyone wants to do their best, give their best, and ultimately win. But that's a byproduct of being as focused and as hardworking and enjoying each other's company, and all of that. So when it doesn't work out, I think a lot of guys are quite hard on themselves. So it's about just being open and honest and transparent, and putting it all out there. So that's probably what the last 2 days have looked like, just being open and honest, what we can do better, what maybe look good and what we can build on. And it's like it's a huge opportunity as a group, for us to get a chance to go again, is all any of us would ever want. So sorry, I kind of went on a tangent there, but I guess that's it. Open and honest, transparent. Say it as it is. It's not being hard or soft or anything. It's just dealing with the reality of the game and trying to be better.
Generally racking the brain to remember the last time we lost 2 in a row. So I'm sure you're not losing that as a negative emotion, or motivation. But this team do tend to bounce back. You did it in New Zealand. You've done a good record of doing it.
I guess, like me personally, and wouldn't necessarily look at the outcome. It's when it's just back to the process. So win or lose, that'd be what we'd be doing. But I guess after a loss like that, it's maybe a little bit more heightened to try and be better, work harder in our preparation, and then let go, and you have that freedom to attack the game off the back of how we prepared. So without putting pressure on an outcome, it's certainly now is to just prepare as best we can.
Murray?
After the game, Andy said like it being the final week of the season should give lads a real buzz. They have very good last time. Has that been the case? Like final point of obviously a massive year in your life. To give you that extra energy?
I think so. What I remember Andy said before, I can't remember exactly which game, but he's like, the biggest game in Irish rugby's history is always the next one. And with how competitive the group is, how special an opportunity it'd be to represent the country, that it couldn't be more truer. And given, I suppose, it's the last week of the season, maybe that's true too. But any opportunity any of us get to play for Ireland, it's never taken for granted, and it motivates you to work hard, like I was saying, in the week to prepare and challenge the process of being as ready as we can to then ultimately let go and attack the game on the weekend. So yeah, like it wouldn't, certainly from my perspective, I was injured a lot, so you'd never think back about a long season or get too caught up in that. It's just the week that's in it is to give it everything.
Did the experience of playing in box in South Africa live up to the billing? Just maybe hype about the fortress and how different it is. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess rugby is like a bit of a religion here, so it's cool being in that environment where it clearly means a lot to a lot of people. So to test yourself or get a chance to test ourselves at that level, bigger picture will only benefit from. But yeah, I guess I've said it before, I think it was the prep before the Leinster game, like Loftus is a pretty cool stadium in terms of a bit of history to it, the fact that it's brick and a bit more old school. So that was cool playing there, and then equally this week in Durban, to getting that same chance to play at a kind of iconic stadium. So yeah, it definitely lives up to the hype.
Is it true you're your dad?
Yeah, but that's a little bit down the line, so be focusing on the task at hand. Yeah.
Spoken of man experience. Last couple of questions, guys. Anyone from our South African guests? Yeah.
Gary, first of all, rugby is in a very good place at the moment, with the closest rivalry between the North and the South, and obviously having the URC and so on, and the impact that South African teams sort of had on the competition.
Yeah, they've definitely made an impact on the URC. Over my last couple of years playing with Leinster, with the Pro 14, and then maybe even a little bit through COVID, the South African teams, it was maybe a bit clunky, but I think last season was pretty evident, with the one before and last, that the South African teams have really found their feet and challenging European rugby, with no game being any sort of let up, whether it's home or away. You've got to be all in. And then, yeah, I suppose the experience this group is playing against New Zealand, Australia a couple of years ago, the November tests. I think it's great to be a part of, and getting the challenge against the best and the back-to-back world champs is all I'd consider myself lucky to get that opportunity. But yeah, it's a pretty special time, I think, for rugby at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much, guys. Gary.
Come on, Ed. 15 minutes, guys.
No, really.
He had to
Oh, yeah, brother, you good?
That was cool. And you got to go to the change. You got to go
Ik wil net gehoord. I came in a jacket. That's true. Yeah, it's extremely technical. For sure. Hello.
All set?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what. Happy days. All set? In the middle. Alati. Anna, to the left. Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I say Anna Kapau, steady. Ni alay puri. Awamda. Thank you so much. Kumusta net tour? Nice with this. Yes. I say spread. Steady. Anak kedira RG. Mau Marie. Dat say anak gevou coach. Jy staan net so. Ox. Steady. 2 more. Happy days. Thank you so much. Last the part and 10 past 10. You've got 15. It's got a 2-10 now.
Kaelan, Andy said yesterday that he's been fairly honest and blunt with the team this week around last week's performance. How ready do you feel this week, and how honest has he been over the last few days?
Yeah, we had a good meeting on Wednesday in particular where we saw some clips that we felt wasn't us, wasn't what we've shown over the last number of years in terms of some of the smaller things, our work rate for each other, kind of standing up for each other a little bit, a response to a couple of positives from them and not responding how we would have in the past, which was sort of brought up a little bit of hurt, and it was kind of frustrating seeing those images back, and kind of makes you want to fly into the match as soon as possible. So we had a good training session off the back of that, and I feel lads have a little bit of an edge off the back of that as well. And we've also kind of spoken about our calm and doing things our way, which we can't go away from either. So it's kind of trying to strike the balance between being calm, doing things how we do them, but having a little bit of an edge and a little bit of an aggression with us as well.
It's more than 3 years since this team has lost 2 games in a row. How much have you drawn on previous experiences over the last couple of years, like losing the first test in New Zealand and the way you responded after the quarterfinal of the World Cup to go to Marseille? How important have those games been to look back on this week?
Yeah, we've touched on some of those, that New Zealand one in particular, where we felt we didn't get things right, and then we bounced back and showed a bit of resilience in the second test. So we have mentioned that this week. I think, like I always say to you guys, that there's a lot of belief in how we do things in here, in the quality of player, the quality of coach. So I think we'll lean on that belief, and we want to finish with a good performance and a good result at the end of a long season.
And finally, then for me, a lot's been said this week about your own role as a captain and standing captain last week and dealing with referees and stuff. And you were honest last week when you spoke to us after the game about how you're kind of still learning that role on the job. How big of a vote of confidence is it from Andy, do you feel, to put you in as captain this weekend after all that?
Yeah, delighted to be in the role. I think the first time, the Italy week, there was probably more nerves and more pressure and more sort of self-doubt. This week I'm feeling more the privilege and the honour, and it's been helped massively by Pete, who's obviously the tour captain. We've had good chats along the way, but also the leadership group have stepped in massively and have taken weight off me at times. So I've leaned on them a lot, and like Pete in particular, it's obviously tough for him going from a starting position last week to a bench position this week, but he's led unbelievably through the week and has been a massive helping hand for me, and when he comes on I'm sure he'll do the same.
Congrats again, Caleb.
Thank you.
What was the chat like with Andy? Did he tell you exactly what he wants, or just say you're captain? Go on.
More so the latter, yeah. Sort of lead with actions is kind of the key message, and in how I played, and he felt I did that quite well last week through the performance, and wants the same thing again this week. But of course you've got to also take into account the sort of vibe amongst the players through the week and little extra responsibilities through the week as well. But I think the main thing is the 80 minutes and how you show up then.
As you say, you've done it before a few months ago. Is it different this time? Has your phone blown up even more because of the scale of the game maybe?
Yeah, there's been a fair few texts, which has been nice, yeah. I do feel more comfortable. I think with any new job or any new responsibility, there's probably a bit of self-doubt and whatnot, but having that week against Italy, having sort of the swap over at the end of games when Pete was coming off, and then with Leinster as well, getting to do it 4 or 5 times, it's a little bit more comfortable at this stage. Still not fully used to the role. I'm still early days, but I'm enjoying it.
And just when you say like standing up for each other, do you mean that very literally, like when Craig went down, that you should pile in on top of Simon or things like that, or what do you?
Not necessarily piling in on top, but through how we play the game, I think it was a scrum after, and they dominated that scrum, and it goes from there. So it's not necessarily the pushing and shoving, it's more so how we can implement and show a reaction in the actual game.
Thanks. Lloyd?
Okay. Just on the last 2 weeks, if you can give us a sense of the experience here. I mean, does the series have a bit of a different feel? Does it feel like a big match feel going into the weekend, given that they're the world champions and you play against the best side of the world? Just your take on what the experience has been like and the enormity of the spectacle tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we felt the same way last week playing in Loftus, where Ireland hadn't played there since '98, I think, when Razzie was playing himself that last day. So like it was coming over here in general, playing against the double world champions in their backyard is a massive experience and something that we all got excited by. But then losing and kind of the nature of the game a little bit last week, it's probably ramps it up a little bit again this week, and given that it's the last game of a long season for us and that we were frustrated with how we showed up at times last week, it sort of ups that again. So there's big excitement within our camp for tomorrow and for trying to finish the season on a high.
Good afternoon, guys. Welcome to our captain's video conference. We've got Sia Polisi and hands up for questions, so we can give everybody a chance to ask questions. Ken?
Afternoon, guys. Sia, at the end of last week's test, when you did your on-field interview with you said it was 1-1 now. Is that kind of how you guys are approaching the series? Obviously, presumably the World Cup match was the first match of the series and it was 2-0. Is it how you're approaching it as a
No.
pre-test?
No, definitely not. We want to win. We want to win tomorrow. Well, it's not 1-1, it's 1-0. If I said that, well, definitely didn't mean like that because we just want to win the series. You know, it will be important for us as a team, as this group. You know, and we all know before last weekend it's been since 2016. So yeah, we definitely want to go for the win this weekend and win the series.
It's going to be probably about for specifically this sort of match 23 for the next time you guys play. I'm sure most of the guys next week will obviously be all Springboks against Portugal. So does that sort of add importance onto this game to take that momentum into the Rugby Championship next time?
Yeah, we just thinking tomorrow for us as a group. We want to make sure we use our opportunities because you never know what's going to happen after that, you know. So we want to use this opportunity to make sure we give everything we can. You know, we've worked hard as a group to be where we are, you know, and we don't want to let that slip in focusing on what's going to come after. This is the most important game for us at this point, you know, and we know how important it is to them too. So it's gonna be a proper test match. You know, if they came hard last week, they're gonna come obviously even harder because it's the last game of the season. You know, they're going on holiday after this. They're gonna throw everything at it, and those are the things that I've been thinking about. We haven't even thought about what's gonna happen after this.
Yeah, I think Sasha has been doing well under our system. You know, like you've mentioned now, he was part of our team even 2 years back in the NBA tour, and then I also coached him for his A team, and we always knew that he's got a great potential. You know, I always probably when I look at his style of play, it's probably copy and paste of what normally Damien Valemsa offers to us. You know, with playing at 10, 12, and also being able to give us option at 15. I just enjoy the growth in him in the sense of how he's maturing as a human being. Also, but once again, when he got an opportunity, he's a player that looks excited and he wants to contribute and he wants to do better for the team. So I know a lot of people are very keen to see him getting more game time, you know, and listen, us as coaches also would love to see him more on the field, you know, but unfortunately sometimes, more especially in a game like last week, if you make changes too early in the game and you end up getting injuries, it might backfire on you, you know. So I know it's frustrating maybe sometimes when he doesn't get a lot of game time, but he understands our plan. And I think he also respects the team, you know. So I would love also to see him more on the field, but I enjoy seeing his growth. I enjoy seeing him, even if he gets, for example, 20 minutes or he gets 10 minutes, you can see he's a guy that wants to really bring some positive impact in the game. And for him at that age, at Twickenham, you know, in front of the crowd like that, to be able to slaughter a kick like he did the other day against Wales, it shows there's a great potential in him. But once again, if he can get enough game time, we'll also be happy as coaches.
Yeah, Andy Farrell was saying yesterday that the game last weekend, just quality-wise in terms of accuracy and that kind of thing, probably wasn't on the level of the game you guys had at the Rugby World Cup, which is very entertaining. Do you feel that way as well? I think playing last weekend, I mean, how much more quality-wise do both sides still have in the tank that they will bring out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it had moments. You know, I think the momentum kind of swung like that. Where in the World Cup game, it was flat out for like full 80 minutes, you know. You defend, you almost scoring a try, then you're defending your try line, then it turns around like that. But those things happen in a game. It's all about who can control those big moments at the time, or when you could take the opportunity that came. You saw we started off well, and then they came back later, you know, in the game. But I think this game this weekend is gonna have, I think it's gonna be intense for 80 because we're playing to win the thing they're playing to draw the series. So yeah, I think from the word go, it's gonna be intense, and it's also all of those who's gonna be taking the opportunities will count the most this coming weekend tomorrow.
There's a very interesting dynamic to this game, and I mean, I suppose experience. You would have kind of experienced everything in your career, but Ireland have made a decision to bench, Marnie. So, what do you think that kind of thing brings to a team? How will it influence them? Obviously, some people bring your captain on the bench.
Yeah, I mean we do the same here. I think, when you're a player, all you care about is the team. What does the team need for that specific day? I have games where I get taken off at halftime because I can't. Is the next Kwaka at the time he's playing? He's what the team needs, to have change. If you start making it personal, just about yourself, just because of your position, then you're there for the wrong reason. I think Peter has played a lot of games, and he knows how important this game is. And if the coach makes a decision at the end of the day, that's what matters the most, and it's what the team needs. I'm sure he would have accepted it, and he would want the guys to do well. And Kellen Doris, it's not like he hasn't led the team before. He's done it before. He's a great player. I think it's more big for the outside people, but for us as players, we know what the team needs is what we're going to give for the team. So I don't think it will be such a big thing or a shock to them. Because I've been in the same position, and many other players have been in the same position. So I think they'll go on, and when he does come on, he'll go do his part, but he'll support Doris as much as he can.
Coach, there's another interesting thing. You guys have lost a number of games. I think you prepared for Aki, which is a fairly, you know what's coming. And how do you think, pairing of Hinshaw and Greenrose would change it? Because I think the 9 series were at Hinshaw as well. What is the difference in the challenge?
We know Bandy is always what you're going to get from him. He's a very tough guy. If you're playing against him in his channel, he's going to come the whole day. So with the guys that I think they've selected also now, world-class players, Ringrose and Henshaw. They've played together many times, and we know it's going to be a different challenge. But once again, like Sia said, we know the Irish team, they've got a lot of pride in how they do things and how they're so well organized as a team, So, yes, I think the two centers will bring us probably different challenges. But once again, I think we've also prepared very well. And for us as coaches to be able to select the same 23 from last week, I think it shows also the space where we are as a team. Remember some of the guys, it was their first game playing last week. Like Sia mentioned now, for a team like Ireland, they're playing their last game of the season. Six Nations champions. So there's a lot of confidence also in their team. I think we know for sure that they want to finish their season on a high, but unfortunately, we also in our own journey. We're playing at home, and we want to do it for the people in South Africa, and we're gonna full out. We're gonna go full out, and like I said last week also, the thing is for us, it's about our people in South Africa. We never had an opportunity the last time we won in Japan, to come back and being able to deliver for our people back at home, So now to get an opportunity to play in front of our home crowd, sold out stadium, and if we can close the series where we win it proper, it will be a great thing for us as South Africa, And once again, yes, they've got good partnership in those centers, but once again, on our side also, we just want to make sure that we keep getting better as a team. Very experienced, normally, if you look at a guy like Gibson Park, what he offers, the speed in the game, and normally Conor Murray is the one guy that normally closes the game for them. Very matured head, and we know he's also got a solid kicking game. That's one thing that I know for sure. So we'll probably be challenged, probably under high balls, because that's what he does best. But once again, with his experience, I think He's one of the guys, if they had to lose someone, he's one of the guys that can step up and probably give us different challenges, you know. His kicking game is very solid. And if they get it right on a day and we're not at our best, I know one thing for sure, it might be a long day for us in the office, but I think Connor is experienced, you know, so it's going to be a tough challenge for us. But on the other side, you're also talking about a guy like Faf de Klerk who's been around, you know, so I think it's going to be a great contest between those two nines. And but yeah, once again, he's very experienced. Vata. He's going to give us tough challenges on high balls, and probably we're well prepared also for that.
Sia, you know, a lot obviously has been said about Russ's tactics, about the 6-2 split, the bench when he comes on the field a lot. And I think the coaches have answered this a number of times, that for them, as long as they stick to the rules, it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. But as players, what do you guys, it's almost laughable at how other nations, especially in the north, when they are unable to sort of deal with your tactics, are able to just say maybe it's against the spirit of the game and things like that. You guys just sit in their room as players and be like, well, this is almost a joke.
It happens so much that we don't care. Like, why should we care? There's a rule book, and none of the stuff that we do breaks any of the rules, and we do what works for us. But if it doesn't work for everybody else, then we don't. You'll never hear us commenting about other people's tactics, because the focus is on us. What works for this team? What gets the team going? What do we need on Saturday? You know, and it always goes on teams who we're playing. So we know this team. Okay, we need this kind of team, and the coaches explain to us. So we don't know why people always have something to say about what we do, but we never say anything about them. But it's fine with us. They can keep talking. We'll just keep on focusing on what we do, and if it doesn't work, then we can change it. But we don't sit and dwell on it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's almost like what he said. I just want to follow up on that. But is it then maybe a compliment to the other teams that you are able to, almost like you want to use your best weapon?
100%. I honestly believe that they should see it that way, because if we're strengthening here, we know that's where they're strong, and we want to take that, and go on that. So we make plans on who we play. Our game plan doesn't change, but we know on personnel, okay, Sia will maybe only last us 20 minutes. We need to put this guy in. That's how we do that. And it's not we're not thinking, no, we want to have less backs or anything like that. It's just about what the team needs on a specific day and the way you want to play on the day. And you're right, it is a compliment on whoever we're playing against.
And Kate, just to follow up on that question, Ireland did use the 6-2 split also during the Six Nations, and I think for them, on a day like Sia saying that whatever that works for you, do you understand? As long as it's within the rules of the game, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and it's in a good spirit of the game. And people in South Africa, they enjoy watching our bomb squad coming in, and if it works for us, we're not going to change it. And on a day, if we decide to go to 7-1, we'll go to that 7-1. If on a day we feel like, okay, 5-3 split is what we need on a day, because if you look at the challenges we've got now in the game, our backline players, probably they run a lot of meters around the game now, so there's going to be time somehow, where we're going to go back to our normal 5-3 split. But like Sia is saying, that what works for us on a day, and you look at it, what the team offers, and so once again, when it comes to the spirit of the game, I think if you want to look at a positive spirit of the game, look at the South Africans. That's how we play the game. We play it in a good spirit. And there's one thing that I know between us and the Irish team. There's a good respect between the two teams. I'm talking about coaching staff. I'm talking about the players. The amount of respect we've got for one another. So I don't want us to other noise around, to get in between the spirit of the game. That's one thing that I respect about how we operate. We've got massive respect for the Irish team. They've used the 6-2 split during Six Nations, so I see nothing wrong with that. If it works for them, happy days.
Sia, it's obviously a home game for the rest of the guys, but for you, it's only been months since you left the shots. You're obviously playing a familiar territory at Kings Park. How much does that mean for you? It being your former home ground, if anything, does it have an influence on your game?
No, I think it's important to all of us as a group. Like, whenever we play in South Africa, it doesn't matter where it's home at the end of the day. And whether it's in Cape Town, people are coming to support the Springboks, not supporting Ox because he plays for the Sharks. They come in to see everybody. So I'm just happy that I can, play and be part of this game here. And I know the people of Durban, they love the rugby. I mean, the games is already sold out already. So it's gonna be exciting, and I hopefully will see on the way in, how it used to be, where the people are buying on the field and on the B field. So I'm looking forward to that. I know, yeah, it's gonna be a great day, but I think the whole team is excited to be playing this game.
Coach, what sort of thing feeds into his series? I think myself and a few supporters would be quite disappointed if the series finished 1-1 without a decider. On the one hand, it's important to have these games against smaller nations like Portugal and but on the other hand, do you think there's a space to go back to the 3-test series and still have that extra game against a smaller team? Or are you guys not really worried when it's a 2-test or 3-test series?
I don't think it. If you, for example, the opportunity that Portugal will get to play against the Springbok teams, I think it's good also for us to make sure that we also keep developing those countries and assist them. So yes, I understand a lot of people would have loved to see a 3-match series game. If you ask me as a coach, if we win tomorrow, it's okay for 2 games. So I won't complain. But once again, I think the most important thing is that we mustn't forget about, we need to also help other countries. So I totally respect and I admire the fact that World Rugby is trying to also make sure that it's assisting all those other countries also. So I think for the spirit of the game, I think that's the most important thing, to make sure that, I know there's a lot of Portuguese people in South Africa, and probably it's going to be a great occasion for them also when it comes to Bloemfontein. And already we've had the vibe. People can't wait for us to get to Bloem. So I think for the sake of growth and the development of the game, I think it's a good thing that those teams, they also get an opportunity to play against the tier 1 nations. And but once again, from my side, it's going to be a different challenge. But for now, the main focus is tomorrow. If we can close the series tomorrow, and to me, and then we win 2-0, then I won't complain about 2 games. And but once again, I'm in the same boat as you. If it was up to me, probably I would say, okay, let's have a go for 3 games. And I know a lot of people, irrespective of how things turn up tomorrow, if we win as South Africa, I know South Africans will be happy. If we don't win, I know there will be a lot of people that are disappointed with the draw. But otherwise, I understand where they come from, and I totally respect it.
About your wings and just their ability, almost defy perceptions. Because a lot of people might be from the side and say, maybe I can use a kicking game, chase and contest. But yet you probably feel that you can wish for better players under the high ball. So, just your thoughts on those 2 games.
Yeah, Steve, I think if you look at a guy like Ketley and Chesley, they probably copy and paste of how the style of play, how they operate. And there's one thing that I always tell people, that yes, I know when they look at those guys, they always see their X factor. But one thing that I respect about them is the amount of hard work they put in their game and how much they invest in their basics, the fundamentals of the game. Like I said, a guy like Conor Murray will probably give us a lot of challenges with his box kicks. And you can't ask for any better players like Chesley Colby. He's been around, he has done for job for us. Ketley Arends is becoming one of the world-class players, and there's one thing that I enjoy about them is that I always tell people there are 2 types of players who don't make it in our system. The players that just do what you ask them to do, and then that's it. Or the players who don't even do it. And if you talk about those guys, Chesley does things that sometimes we don't even coach him. The amount of pressure he applies on the opposition, chasing the kicks. You saw last week, the charge down on the goal line, things like that. You don't coach them. I think the player shows that he's got a big heart, So I know it's going to be a tough challenge for us, but you can't ask for any better player like those 2 guys, And one thing that I also enjoy about them, when they get an opportunity, they'll put you away, Guy like Ketley Arends, probably one of the best players in a small space, to be able to dominate physically also. I know a lot of people they always look at their size and think, you know what, these are small wings, but they've got a big heart. That's one thing that I enjoy about them.
Does Bokman promote a second?
I think that argument for us, it was sorted last year when we won the World Cup. So I don't think whatever happens on a Saturday, I know, like I said again, a team like Ireland, I know they're one of the best teams in the world, you know, and winning or losing against them, at the end of the day, we're still the world champions, you know. So that won't change. So yes, we want to win the game. But even if we don't win the game, we'll still be world champions for the next 4 years. So I know, like I always say to people, you know, we can't help what other people are saying about us. You understand? But there's one thing that I know for sure. Plus, minus 60 million South Africans. They know who's the best team in the world. So whatever they say on the other side, it's okay. And we've got respect for whatever opinions they've got. But at the end of the day, for us, like we always say is that between the World Cups, for example, we've probably got different goals than what they've got. You know, we normally try to build a squad depth and also give players opportunities. You know, that's who we are. And for them, maybe they've got a different strategy. They want to win 18 games in a row. If it works for them, happy days. But at the end of the day, one thing that I know for sure, for the next 4 years, the best team in the world will be South Africa.
I'll do it. And because tibathethe kakhulu abantu basilent especially by nani kwazange bakhe kodwa ngoku nasi chance ibaleka kangalethes in view of the bathethe aba izawutshintsha kanjani ba where you guys stand ngiyake ngisho that world.
Yes, it's Katie. Uzukhumbule mna, I'm going to focus on Ireland, for example, as a team. Kudala bedlala kahle. For them to travel to New Zealand and being able to win a series against New Zealand, iyabonakalisa baliqela eli-strong kakhulu. Do you understand? So ndiyabavuyela indlela abadlala ngayo, ndiyabavuyela ispace abakuso as a team ba bebewina kahle. But nathi sine-goals zethu siliqela lethu lamabhokobhoko. Do you understand? And now playing at home, phambi kabalandeli bethu kwi-South Africans. Eyona nto ibalulekileyo ukuthi make sure basenza abantu base-South Africa proud. And I know we've got a lot of supporters also all over around the world. But eyona nto ibalulekileyo ukuthi make sure if angaba sinovala i-series ngomso, siwine la game yangomso to win i-series. Eyona nto ibalulekileyo ukuthi leyo. So yonke into ezenzeka ecaleni, I know one thing for sure. The management and the coaching staff in Ireland, they don't walk around talking about they're probably the best team in the world. Do you understand? I know they've got. I will.
Of course.
I know this one. I know by ibalekile kakhulu kwiqela Ireland indlela abafuna uwina ngayo tomorrow. But kodwa ke le nto bendiyithetha banisithi ba nathi sinabalandeli bethu and sifuna to make sure basibenza but bebe proud now.
See your last one. Ningabathulisi bani wina omso bazoqala.
As a sitting young, izovuyisa thina into ebalulekileyo, izovuyisa thina and because kudala singababethi and ibihleli kabuhlungu kum loo nto leyo. Sisonke sile team yabaqeqeshi nabadlali biyinto ebalulekileyo ukuthi siwine le match levepheleyo. But basinowina kakuhle ngomso for thina siyakwazi ujonga phambili because yona ayikho enye team engazange sayibetha ngaphandle kwale team and siyibethile last week but sifuna uvala kakuhle but sayazi if yimatch yabo yokugqibela le ungacinga nawe
match yokugqibela
ndiyateketa hlobo ndithetha ngalo ndizawuthini ndiyateketa nje angikwazi utshintsha loo nto leyo. So ndiyayazi bazofaka yonke into kule match but nathi sakwenza njalo sadlala ngathi imatch yethu yokugqibela lena kuthi because ibalulekile basiyiwine lo mdlalo and yeah I can't wait ngavuya basidlale namhlanje because indlela but our last message just we as a team we're just thinking of everyone that's in Cape Town. We've seen what's happening and all we can do, there's not much we can do from here, but just ask people, if you can help somebody else, please do. It's a perfect time to show Ubuntu right now. And I know for some reason we always come together when we have problems in South Africa. Please, if you have resources or time and you can help somebody else, please do. And I know there's other things happening around the country, but please, we've seen some horrible videos and images, and I know our game is important, but people's lives are more important than us. And if we can help in whatever way as a team, we'll definitely do. So please, lend a helping hand because people are going through a lot in Cape Town. Thank you.
There's one more question there.
Sure. Andiva kakhulu. Yeah.
Mr. Chabalala uzukhumbule ngumuntu osimhlonipha kakhulu eMzantsi Afrika, what he has done for our country. Nendlela ebeshirisha ngayo i-views zakhe ze-football, and someone that I enjoy listening to, and we know the passion inhliziyo yakhe ibithanda Bafana Bafana, and sibuhlungu ayizondaba ezinhle kakhulu ezo, but kodwa ke sifuna ukuthi isapho lwakhe babe strong uThixo benabo abapha amandla during these tough times. But once again, it's a big loss for us in South Africa to lose a legend efana naye. But once again, may his beautiful soul rest in peace.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks,
English.
And then finally, the big game of the weekend, isn't it? It is the Boks versus Ireland. If we look at the Boks, the exact 10-23, let's have a look at that, which means that, Ireland will have information now on this 23. Where do I expect some big games? Well, I think the halfback pairing, Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard, didn't have their best games last week, if we're going to be brutally honest. I think that's where they'll be looking for a lot of improvement. I do think people are making a very good point. Breakdown was an issue. Franco Mostert mentioned in his press conference, speaking about the fact that they want to try and show up that breakdown a bit more, give Faf a bit more protection, a bit cleaner ball, which I think he did struggle. I think, obviously with the new game plan, having a couple of players like a BITDEFENDER, the Toy Sia Khaleesi more in the fringes meant that they weren't as involved at ruck time. Got to find a way to sort of counteract that and make sure that Faf de Klerk has got that front foot ball, that clean ball. He needs to be able to up the ante and get that backline going. Andre Pollard, well, needs to get better off the boot this weekend because he was pretty poor last weekend, but we all know the kind of caliber of player he is. Really looking forward to me, for example, seeing how Sia Khaleesi goes after last weekend's performance. Jason Creel, man of the match last weekend. Him and Damien Delende will be breaking the record set by Jacques Currie and John de Villiers for the most capped centre pairing in South African history when they start together for the 30th time. So a big opportunity for them to show everybody why they are the most capped centre pairing. And then front row, that's going to be an interesting battle. Oxton Chair, Francois Herber, Bongi Minambi. Bongi Minambi actually spoke about the fact that, they'd like to see the referee being a bit more decisive when it comes to sort of the scrums and this decision surrounding that. So interesting to see how that gets officiated this weekend. If we look at the Irish side, there are some changes and some pretty notable ones as well. So if we look at the starting lineup, I've got the wrong one out there. I'm going to pull it up in a second. The big sort of, obviously we know that Ronan Kelleher has been ruled out. It's come into the side because of the injury to Dan Sheehan, and Conor Murray as well is starting because of that injury to Craig Casey. Both those players have remained in South Africa and are with the team, but did not train this weekend, will play no part in this weekend's game either. So pretty significant changes, those from an injury point of view. You're losing Dan Sheehan, who's been such a good and important player for Ireland over the years. Craig Casey, I'm a massive fan of Craig Casey. I think, first of all, he's a fantastic player. But I think maybe more importantly, when it comes to sort of the Ireland perspective, is he's as close as they're going to get to a Jamison Gibson Park, who I think is their most important player and has been their most important player this year. So I think that's been a massive loss. But looking at that slide over there, the big news is Caelan Doris will captain the side, by the way, and he will start at eighth man, and what it is a changed back row because Ty Burns shifted from the lock and gone to the flank. And the big news is that that's actually in place of Peter O'Mahony. So it's a massive move from Andy Farrell to drop his captain. Some people are saying, is this the end of the Peter O'Mahony era? Are we going to potentially see him start another game for Ireland? I don't know. We'll have to wait to see the end of the year. But Andy Farrell very much speaking about the fact it was almost more the form of James Ryan that necessitated the change rather than maybe the lack of form for Peter O'Mahony. But it's definitely a different looking pack. Ty Byrne obviously packs a bit more of a punch in the number 6 jersey. James Ryan adds a bit more sort of confrontation to the mix. So it is a bit of a more physical pack. Even Ronnie Kelleher ahead of Dan Sheehan's a more physical pack. The breakdown, for example, will be very interesting as well. Ty Byrne can probably have a bit more license to get involved at the breakdown. Josh van der Vliet, Caelan Doris, all very capable in and around that area. And the other big change is no Bundy Aki this weekend. Didn't think it was his best game last weekend, but a shoulder injury, for example, is preventing him from playing. As a result, Gary Ringrose comes into the side and Robbie Henshaw switches from 13 to 12. That in itself is not an issue for Ireland. Robbie Henshaw is so adept at playing 12 or 13. And those two players know each other very well, play at Leinster together, have played so much rugby together. So, yeah, they won't have to worry about sort of chemistry. Big game for James Lowe, for example, had those moments last weekend. Two big ones, which kind of, not to say cost Ireland the game, but, were very significant in terms of the game. If we look at the bench, no change to the placement front. Rob Herring comes into the bench rather. No changes to the placement props in Cian Healy and Finlay Beelum, and Ryan Baird there. But Peter O'Mahony dropping down to the bench. Colin Blake comes in as well. Kieran Frawley remains, but Stuart McCloskey comes in to add another centre option. So also interesting to see that they've gone with him, who's very confrontational, brings a lot of physicality to the field when he does come on. This game, again, I expect Ireland to be very good, to be honest. Ireland have not lost more than 2 games in a row since 2021. Andy Farrell will be managing or taking charge of his 50th game this weekend. He has won 80%, the highest winning percentage of any manager or coach in Ireland history. So I do expect to see a big response from Ireland. I think if South Africa are to win, they're going to have to be much better than last weekend, much more accurate, I think, than last weekend, because it's not Fortress Loftus. We don't have as good a result down in Durban. Conditions will be a bit different. It's not quite as daunting, I think, as playing at Loftus. It's not at sea level. At altitude. It is down here at sea level. So I think conditions favour Ireland a bit more than at Loftus. I think everything points to them having it a bit easier this weekend. So the only thing that can really, make it difficult for them is the opposition. That was what Andy Farrell had to say, and that's all about the Springboks getting things right this weekend, putting them on the back foot, and asserting that home advantage and putting them through the most. So, what are your predictions for all the games? Down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video, turn your notifications on, subscribe to the channel as well. And we'll see you this weekend for the watch-alongs of these 3 feature games. We'll have trackers, a bit of Currie Cup throughout the weekend as well. So let me know what you think is going to happen down in the comments below. My name is Steve. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. South Africa 27, Ireland 20. South Africa take first blood. They get the victory over in Pretoria, and the main thing, for example, it being a 2-match series, the series is we can't lose the series now. The worst we can do is draw. Very interesting game, which was a bit stagnant for a long time, and then all of a sudden got very, very exciting very quickly. So many tries right towards the death of the game. A bit of a scare for the Boks, some late yellow cards. We saw no points between the 34 and the 64 mark, and then after that we saw 3 tries for the Springboks, 2 tries for Ireland. 5 tries within the last basically 15 minutes. It was absolute chaos. But in the end, the Springboks are standing tall, getting the job done. Massive shout out to the bomb squad, who, especially with that last try, that penalty try, for example, that was the moment really that won the game. So very, very interesting. And we're going to break the game down in just a little bit. But before we do that, make sure you smash the like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Let's get into it, shall we? In terms of your timeline, the first points of the game came in the 2nd minute. Phenomenal try from Currie, and we initially already saw, a very different South Africa on the attack. Going out wide, we saw Siya Kolisi, Pierce Steph, the 12, finding themselves in that wide channels. We shift towards the left. Jesse Creel ran into some really good space. He's busy giving his man of the match speech at the moment. What a game from him. but he drew some space, popped it to Khaleesi, popped it to Orense. Orense with a space, bang, inside of the debutant Jamie Osborne, and he goes over. Andre Pollard adds the extras, perfect start. We then concede a try. Sorry, I conceded a penalty a few minutes later, and Crowley makes it 7 points to 3. Before we then start to grow into the game, we had lots of very interesting moments. Sia Khaleesi running over Robbie Headshaw, for example, the run down the wing for Pierce Day for the toy. We certainly looked a lot more multifaceted on the attack today, and Tony Brown's influence definitely started to come through, but weren't accurate enough. Two penalties in the half, and then a late penalty from Ireland meant that we went into half time 13 points to 8 up. So not a late penalty, that try from Osborne. Let's actually take a moment to look at that try, because it was a great try. Long pass out wide to Dan Sheehan, who basically just watched James Lowe come around and popped the ball in behind him. James Lowe right up against the touchline, threw it back to the debutant Osborne, who went over. Half-time, 13 points to 8. In a weird situation where, obviously, we had the lead, but it didn't feel like we'd capitalized on the way we had played. I felt we had played a lot better than the scoreline had suggested. And Ireland, maybe even characteristically, a bit poor. Second half was a proper arm wrestle in that first sort of 20 minutes. Pollard didn't have his kicking boots on, neither did Jack Crowley, actually, to be fair, throughout the game. But it all sort of came alive when James Lowe kept the ball inside. Oh, by the way, a disallowed try by James Lowe for an infringement at the ruck. That'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on during the week, whether people do sort of debate that one. But a few minutes after that, James Lowe tried to keep a kick to touch from Andre Pollard in, and in doing so, put the ball back inside. Chesman Colby was chasing. Chesman Colby kicked ahead and scored a try. Massive moment in the game. Pollard added the extra 2, and all of a sudden, 20 points to 8. Conor Murray, however, struck back in the 74th minute after some great defence. There was a yellow card to the box, some great defence, and then just an inside ball. Ronan Kelly suddenly finding so much space. Good support play from Conor Murray, and all of a sudden Ireland back in the game at 20 points to 15 with 5 minutes to go. But just 2 minutes later, well, actually, immediately from the kickoff, Sasha Montgomery goes deep. James Lowe makes a hash of it, knocks it back, then knocks it forward. 5-meter scrum, penalty try, massive moment in the game as well. And whilst it was a late try from Ryan Beard, a little too